Stephanie, do we know, is Jack supposed to be joining us?
He is supposed to be joining us. I haven't received any emails from him letting me know if he's having any issues. We'll reach out to him to see what's going on with him.
All right, I'll give it another minute or so.
Okay.
And I heard it from him earlier today. He said he'd be on at 4, so.
And none of you have received messages from him? I don't have any.
Yeah, not since.
Well, it looks like Jack has joined us, but his camera and microphone are muted. Okay, there he is.
In the right direction. Okay, I'm ready if you are, Stephanie.
Yep.
All right, welcome everyone to today's June 23rd City Council meeting. Before we start the agenda, as many members and has been reported in the press, there have been some incidents in Santa Rosa, some peaceful protests, but unfortunately some unfortunate activity also. So I want everyone to know that the city of Santa Rosa and our police department take the safety of our residents and visitors very seriously. Targeting, threatening, and attacking residents and visitors of this community who are exercising their constitutional right to peacefully protest will not be tolerated in any manner. Racist and bigoted epithets, symbols, and slurs will be seen as use of hate speech and violent threats. The specific use of vehicles or weapons to intimidate and endanger individuals or crowds will not be tolerated. We understand there is unrest and disagreement within the community, but our responsibility to protect our people will not be deterred. I and other members of the council will also be making comments specifically related to recent activities in the community from the past several weeks under agenda item number 10. And with that, I will call this meeting to order. And Madam City Clerk, could you please do a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd?
Present.
Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras?
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts? Thank you. Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
So again, just some housekeeping to start. Remind council members to keep their audio on mute unless you're speaking. Staff will remain muted until needing to speak. As members of the public join the meeting, you'll be participating as an attendee. Your microphones and cameras will be muted. Only today's panelists will be viewed during the meeting. If you're calling in from a telephone and choose to speak during the public comments portion of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, the host will be renaming your viewable phone number to resident and the last 4 digits of your phone number. Madam City Clerk, could you explain how public comments will be heard during today's meeting?
Yes, at each agenda item, the item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for that specific agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hands if they wish to speak on the item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The host will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and the public to see. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provided a live public comment on an agenda item and also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters, items 13 and 17. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on the agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Item 13, non-agenda matters, public comment period will begin no earlier than 5 p.m. and is limited to 10 speakers selected via Zoom hand-raising feature. Each comment period is limited to 3 minutes. Item 17 is the second and final public comment period on non-agenda matters. Again, each public comment is limited to 3 minutes. If you spoke under item 13, non-agenda matters, you will not be permitted to speak at item 17. For this meeting, email and recorded public comments and e-comments received for non-agenda items will be played under agenda item 17. Email and recorded public comments and e-comments are also limited to 3 minutes, and all emails and e-comments received will be made part of the archive record.
Okay, and before, just to give a heads up to everyone who's participating in this meeting, we've scheduled it. It will go as late as 10 p.m. tonight. Once we hit 10 p.m. tonight, or if we hit 10 p.m. tonight, we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And we've also blocked out until 10 p.m. on Wednesday evening. So that'll be kind of the schedule. We'll be taking a number of breaks during the session, and I'll try to time it with the presentations. So with that, item 2, we had no closed session, no study session, no proclamations. Mr. McGlynn, on staff briefings, we're going to now be taking public comments on item 7, staff briefings. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, would you take it from here?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, now is the time for public comment on item 7, staff briefings. As the mayor said, raise your hand in Zoom. If you're dialing in and participating via telephone, please dial *9. Mayor, I'm not seeing any hands being raised for public comment on item 7. We did not receive any voice message public comments, and we did not receive any email and e-comment public comments.
All right, thank you for that. We'll bring it back to staff. Mr. McGlynn, item 7.1.
There is no report for 7.1 or 7.2 this evening.
Thank you. Item number 8, City Manager, City Attorney's report. Mr. City Manager, do you have a report for us this evening?
I do not have a report this evening.
Madam City Attorney, do you have a report for us?
I have just one quick announcement. As I'm sure you all know, last Friday, bankruptcy judge Dennis Montali out of San Francisco Federal Bankruptcy Court did give final approval for PG&E's bankruptcy plan. That is its Chapter 11 reorganization plan, fully approved. It now looks like things will move quite quickly. The settlement proceeds to the public entities may be distributed as early as mid to late summer. That is on a little earlier schedule than we had anticipated. So that is good news, and just wanted to pass that along. And that's it.
Great, thank you. Council, any questions for City Manager, City Attorney on their reports? Okay, Council, do we have any statements of abstention? Seeing none, we'll then go to Mayor, Council members' reports. And I know typically I'll solicit comments from my colleagues, but I'm going to start this evening. I have 2 things I want to share. One, each year the Santa Rosa City Council holds a public meeting to hear from the community on their funding priorities and staff shares information on major items for the upcoming year and major department projects. The council then comes to consensus on priorities for the year and what to defer. On February 21st and 22nd, 2019, this city council held public goal setting meetings where we listened to members of the public and had a robust discussion prior to setting our tier 1, 2, and 3 goals. We were scheduled to have another public goal setting meeting on March 12th and 13th of this year to update and or reevaluate those goals. Unfortunately, on March 4th, 2020, Governor Newsom proclaimed a state of emergency to exist in California as a result of the threat of COVID-19. As a result of that proclamation, our goal setting meeting was postponed. Obviously, a lot has happened in our community and country since February of 2019, and I think it's time to reevaluate our goals. Working with the city manager, I've rescheduled our public goal setting meeting for Tuesday, August 4th. I invite all members of our community to participate in that meeting. Specific information regarding how and when to participate will be forthcoming in the near future. And I also wanted to read a letter that I am proposing all council support me in this. And so I wanted to first read it and then we'll move forward from there. And it's a letter to our community that we proudly serve. In the weeks since protests started in Santa Rosa following the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, thousands of Santa Rosans have expressed their pain, grief, and anger, and have engaged in many forms of social actions, including marching for change, holding rallies, vigils, and prayer circles, writing and submitting demands for change, and challenging the city to review its institutional structures that continue to impact our communities of color. To our residents of the Black community and other communities of color, please know that we see you, we hear you, you matter. Black lives matter. We can and we will make changes to make Santa Rosa a city of inclusion, diversity, and equity. I, as your mayor, our entire city council, and your city manager, after discussions with the city's new community empowerment plan team and community partners, commits to the following actions, and I want to share those with you. Make immediate updates to use of force policies. 2 weeks ago, Santa Rosa Police Chief Ray Navarro explicitly prohibited the use of carotid restraints. Additional review of use of force policies are underway and includes review and input from the community. As mayor, I have responded to and signed the My Brother's Keeper Alliance pledge, which calls on mayors to commit to the following actions. 1, review your police use of force policies. 2, engage your communities by including a diverse range of input, experiences, and stories in your review. 3, report the findings of your review to your community and seek feedback. And 4, reform your community's police use of force policies. We are currently in the second stage of engaging our communities in this process. Next, establish a new public safety subcommittee of the City Council. This new public safety subcommittee is charged with reviewing public safety issues, annual reports, and after-action reports for police, fire, and emergency services. I've appointed myself, Vice Mayor Fleming, and Councilmember Sawyer to this subcommittee. Our first public meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, July 1st. Next, we're committed to execute the Community Empowerment Plan. The city's Community Empowerment Plan outlines immediate goals and strategies for change, such as engage at least 50 community leaders and develop a plan for broader community engagement by July 31st, 2020. Host at least 5 community listening sessions by August 31st, 2020. Input from these listening sessions will help shape the city's next steps in policy development and the independent police auditor contract scope of work before it goes out for requests for proposals. Present community listening session outcomes to the community by September 30th of 2020. And finally, develop a 2021 plan for ongoing community engagement opportunities by December 31st of 2020. And finally, equip the Community Empowerment Plan. The City Council will hold an open study session listening session on Tuesday, June 30th to review staffing and resources for the robust Community Empowerment Plan. As our entire City Council and your city manager, we're not just the leadership for the city, but we're also members of the community. And we will stand with you and work with you to make change for the city of Santa Rosa. So I'm going to be asking the city manager to contact each of my colleagues on the City Council and see if they will support what I just outlined. And with that, I'll ask other council members, do you have comments that you would like to make under item 10? If you could use the raise hand feature, that'd be wonderful. If not, I'll see any visual signs of any comments. Mr. Sawyer. Nope, you're on mute.
There we go. Thank you, sir, and thank you for an opportunity to sign on to a very important pledge and a timeline, specific timeline as well, and look forward to that conversation with our city manager. I just wanted to highlight the peaceful protest that we attended on Saturday at Doyle Park. Really important opportunity for us to answer some tough questions from the community. I think it was a really great first step and a valuable exchange. My only regret was that I was not able to march. It's been 45 years since I was able to be in a march of that type. So it was going to be something that would bring back some memories, and it was regrettable that I did not have time scheduled for the march into Juilliard Park. But other than that, it was a very important time and time well spent with our community.
Thank you. Mr. Oliveras.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you for your proposed letter to the public, and I would hope that once that we do approve that we think every means possible to get it out into the community, of course, including in multiple languages, and even perhaps take it out and add in our local newspaper to ensure that it has maximum impact and gets out to our entire community.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did also want to mention the 24-hour peaceful protest that happened on Saturday, as Councilmember Sawyer did. I know that some of the organizers are watching this meeting as well. Just wanted to say congratulations on a really impactful and successful event, and I hope that you keep it up. And I know that from my conversations that you will. I had a chance to join for the Q&A, and then also was out in Juilliard Park talking budget with folks for about 2 to 2.5 hours. And there were some really incredibly thoughtful comments made and good questions that were asked. And I think we'll see some of that in our discussion later today as well, as people understand that this is all tied together: policy reform and budget and standards of coverage, and there's so many different aspects to it. So I did want to mention that. The other thing that I wanted to mention as a council member report is that as the representative on the SMART board, I have also been appointed to the SMART listening campaign following the defeat of Measure I. And so you will see and hear me talk a little bit more about that as well, as we continue to talk from community to community about what our public transit needs are and how we deliver for our communities there as well. So looking forward to more on the letter and more as this discussion progresses. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo the sentiments that my fellow council members have already expressed, especially what Councilmember Oliveira said about making sure we get this out in multiple languages and multiple formats. I look forward to talking with our city manager about signing this. And I'd like to, without causing, ruffling too many feathers, but if they get ruffled, I can live with that too. I want to call out the elephant in the room here, which is that, as Audre Lorde said, the master's tools will never destroy the master's house. And I might have butchered that a little bit, but I'm well aware that we have limited diversity on our city council, and that part of that has been as a result of historic rules around elections and around how we conduct them. And so I want to make a pitch that we can do everything we can to try to represent you, but we are not you. Not all of us. And I don't want to speak for all the council. I'll just speak for myself. I am not a person of color. And so it's really difficult without hearing all of your voices and without you all being on the council to move forward. And so to that end, please take us up on all these listening sessions. But more importantly, please come out and vote, and please run for office, and please be a part of this process going forward so that we can have the change that represents our community. Because as it stands now, we're going to be doing our best to listen to you and approximate what it is that you're asking for. And that's always going to be a fraught process. So That having been said, I'd like to let you know also as your member on the Economic Recovery Task Force that we have a couple of updates. One is that the 4th Street opening, or rather closure to vehicular traffic is going to be delayed a little bit. And that is so that when it does get implemented, that all of the furniture and beautification aspects as requested by our Downtown Merchants Association are taken into account, because it's important that we do it. When we do something, we want to do it right. The second is that we have officially launched our InsideOutThere.com website, which is an online marketplace for City of Santa Rosa and merchants. And if you have any more questions about this, I invite you to email me, bfleming@srcity.org, or Raisa De La Rosa, rdelarosa@srcity.org. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Thank you for your comments, all of you. Mr. Tibbetts or Mr. Dowd, did you want to make any comments?
I think most of it has been said, but I also look back at the time of the Tubbs fire, and I ended up being selected as the chair of a group called Sonoma County Working Group, Rebuild Sonoma County Working Group. And it was made up of engineers, architects, insurance company representatives, all people involved in the building industry. And at probably our very first meeting, we recognized, even though many of us had 30, 40 years of experience in the building industry in one asset or another, we were all rookies at it. And I look at this experience with the pandemic coronavirus as the same situation. And what I really like about what you wrote and just read to us, Mayor Schwedhelm, and what the city staff is doing is this is a rolling engagement as I see it. And we will attempt together collectively to continue to find successful ways to bring our community back to full vigor and health. And but this is a first time event for all of us. And so it's difficult, and we have to keep looking at it and keep making adjustments as we go along to be sure we're doing the right thing.
Thank you. Mr. Tibbetts, did you have any comments you'd like to make? Go ahead. I think you're on mute, Mr. Tibbetts, we're not hearing you. So, Mr. Tibbetts, I didn't hear anything that you said. Did you have anything, or shall we move on? Okay, we're going to move on.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Pardon the interruption. We do have a member of the public with their hand raised to make public comment on item 10.
Okay.
Okay, the first public comment on item 10 will be from Samra, followed by Cecilia. Samra, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Hi, can you please confirm you're speaking on item 10, mayors and council members reports?
Yes, I would like to specifically comment on the letter that the mayor wrote out. So while I think these efforts are good, and I do like to see change, I feel like we're still avoiding one of the big problems of the police. I'd like to know if the mayor, the council would be open towards restructuring law enforcement in a big way, because as you can tell, because due to the recent protests, I know that the majority of you did not, or I think all of you didn't attend the 8:30 p.m., the late candlelit protest, when all of the people went out with candles, and we had a security team with GoPros to walk, march, and just protest. And a woman in a car tried to run over a bunch of these people. There were kids, there were young adults, and we had multiple, video camera footage and submitted it to the police. Yet in the police report, they wrote the woman who did call in as the victim, despite over 20 accounts from the people who had almost been hurt because she had attempted vehicular manslaughter, or she had attempted to harm, commit serious bodily harm. And the obvious bias that was present within the police report was just so blatant and painful. It really speaks numbers, or just volumes about how biased the police can be and how this system clearly isn't working. And while I do appreciate the efforts being made, I feel like the city of Santa Rosa should really consider following in the footsteps of San Francisco in abolishing and reconstructing law enforcement in order for it to provide true safety and true accountability for our officers. Whether they may or may not be good or bad, we still can't ignore the how easy it is for their words to be taken as gospel. Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you. The next public comment will be from Cecilia, followed by Judy. Judy, I've enabled your speaking permissions, and can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, this is Cecilia. I think I'm up.
Terrific. Do you see the timer on your screen, Cecilia?
I do, thank you.
Thank you, and you're speaking on item 10?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you so much. I'm also commenting on the mayor's letter and addressing the protest that happened on Saturday night. The Santa Rosa Police Department released a harmful narrative of the event on June 20th, 2020 in Santa Rosa on Sonoma Avenue during the peaceful protests where civilians marched with candles and flashlights. The alert released by Nixle and the following headlines in the local papers all paint the driver as the victim, when the videos and evidence, including multiple eyewitness reports, clearly show the driver moving to the center of the road and accelerating to hit the protesters. The Nixle alert was titled "Vehicle Vandalism and Assault During Planned Protest." There were many protesters giving their eyewitness accounts, and yet the SRPD has only released information from the driver's point of view. This action has painted the situation in a completely untruthful light and perpetuates the damaging and invalid narrative that the protesters are violent and that they are the aggressors in the situation. The SRPD released the driver the night of the incident. And so what I would like to ask is, what are you, the city council members, doing to rectify the situation and pressure the SRPD to bring the driver of this vehicle to justice for her attempted murder? Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. The next public comment will be by Judy, followed by Scott. Judy, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Judy. Are you calling to speak on item 10, mayors and council members?
Yes, I am. Sort of on the same note, but I was not at the event. I've heard reports of it, but so I don't want to go there particularly, but I know that the last Sonoma City Council meeting, they had a fair number of public comments. And what they decided to do was form a couple of task force where they discussed police action and police budgeting. And I think maybe that would be a good thing to look into, what they're doing, and possibly emulate that. Might help in this situation. It was just a thought. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Judy. The next public comment will be from Scott. Scott, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
I've done so. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do indeed.
And you are calling to speak on item 10, mayor's and council members' reports.
Correct.
Thank you. Your time begins now. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose.
Sure. My name is Scott Starr. I live in Northwest Santa Rosa, and I apologize if this isn't quite the right venue for this, but it does touch on reports from the protest this weekend. Mayor, you and the Vice Mayor and members of City Council participated in the community Q&A session at Doyle Park, as noted previously, and thank you for taking time out of your weekend to join us and answer our questions. During that session, you recognized that housing and community services was a growing issue in the city. As I understand it, the city's budgeted around $200,000 to address this crisis. This is barely a percentage point of the overall budget, and it's a 90% reduction year over year. Meanwhile, we see law enforcement budgeted at around $62 million, which is about 35% of the city's budget, and a 4% increase, not a decrease, as with the housing budget year over year. As a voting body, 6 members of this council can vote to override Measure O for the next year. Given your commitment to and your noting of this crisis and reducing homelessness and its declaration of emergency in Santa Rosa, will you commit to voting as a council to override Measure O and fund homelessness like the crisis it truly is? And if not, why does the council feel that the citizens affected by this crisis amount to barely a percentage point of the city's budget? Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. There are no additional hands raised, Mayor, on item 10.
And any e-comments or any other community feedback on item 10?
No, we received no email public comment, no e-comments, and no voice message public comments.
Okay, thank you. We had no minutes to approve. Consent items, Mr. City Manager.
Item 12.1, resolution approve the agreement with the County of Sonoma to transfer the appropriations limit in connection with the Roseland annexation area and adopt the restatement of the appropriation limits for fiscal year 2018-19 and fiscal year 2019-20. Resolution appropriations limit fiscal year 2020-2021. 12.3 resolution First Amendment to General Services Agreement F001842 with Yarborough Brothers Towing Incorporated. Item 12.4 resolution approving the professional services agreement for wellness services with W Solutions Inc., the police department, and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement and the chief financial officer to pay all proper claims. Item 12.5 resolution Third Amendment to General Services Agreement F001450 with SIR Industries Incorporated. Item 12.6 resolution acceptance of 307 6th Street, 498 and 500 Washington Street and 431 A Street from the Housing Authority and approval of the sale of 307 6th Street, 500 Washington Street and 431 A Street, Santa Rosa to Catholic Charities of the Diocese of Santa Rosa.
Thank you. Bring back to council. Council, any questions for the city manager on the consent calendar? Not seeing any. We'll now open, we're taking public comments on item 12, the consent calendar. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam City Clerk or host, would you like to take it from here?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, if you'd like to make a live public comment on item 12 consent calendar, please dial *9 via Zoom. If you're dialing in on, or pardon me, if you're dialing in on your telephone, dial *9, or you can use the raised hand feature in Zoom. Give it in a moment. Okay, we do have a hand raised. The first public comment on consent calendar is Corey Beatty. Corey, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, yeah, there's a lot of things about this I do not understand. Where the annexation limits of the Roseland area, does that mean that we are going to incorporate them or not? And I also, along with the former speakers, regarding the police, it's I believe it was a $500,000 police wellness program. I don't think that is where funds should be going at this current time, especially with the decrease, the lack of increase in housing, which is such a crisis right now. And it's not clear where that money is going to be going, police wellness. So the Roseland and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Corey.
So I yield.
Mayor, I don't see any additional hands raised on live public comment for item 12 consent calendar. So we'll move on to the recorded voice message public comment.
Dwayne DeWitt, consent item 12.1. This involves some sort of a change in the appropriation limit for the Roseland annexation area. I have seen the agenda at the City Hall bulletin board, but am unable to understand, is this going to increase money for Roseland or decrease money for Roseland? Please answer that question before the vote is completed today. Thank you. Dwayne DeWitt, item 12.6 in consent. This resolution states that there'll be a sale of taxpayer-owned assets, properties the city of Santa Rosa has owned, to Catholic charities. But in the bulletin board posting, it doesn't show the prices, and it doesn't tell the taxpayers whether we'll be gaining a profit upon the sale of our assets or if we're losing. Please answer that question for us. Thank you kindly.
Okay, that concludes the voice message public comment.
Dwayne DeWitt.
My apologies. And we will move on to the email and e-comment public comments received, and City Clerk Stephanie Williams will read those aloud.
Comment received from Mel P. While a wellness program is in itself is not a bad idea, our community is calling for fewer dollars being directed to the police department. Adopting this would pull $75,000 out of the general fund each year when the police department's budget is already too high for many of us. Maybe it is time to provide some wellness to the community first. What about our BIPOC community members? What about the homeless? How about the people that have been shot in the head and faced with rubber bullets lately by the police? How well are they doing? I am interested in reallocating funds from the police to better serve and support our community and its needs. I strongly urge you to listen to your community and not direct any further general funds to the police department. Thank you. And that ends our email comments for item 12.
All right, thank you for that. Council, any questions after public comment? Mr. City Manager, I had one. Do we have a staff member that could explain item 12.1? It's more about appropriations limit, correct, versus actual specific spending?
That is correct, Mayor. I will turn it over to Shelley Riley to answer the question on 12.1.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
So the appropriations limit is just a limit to ensure that the city doesn't appropriate any proceeds of taxes received in excess of the limit. The limit was approved back in 1979, and each year the city recalculates the limit and adjusts for inflation and population growth factors. So it actually has nothing to do with expenditures at all. It is purely based on tax revenue.
Great, thank you for that. Vice Mayor Fleming, you have a question?
Indeed, I do think I'd like to know on item 12.6, the sale of the lots to Catholic Charities. I do believe it is in the public's interest to know what that was sold for or how much it wasn't sold for.
And I'll turn it over to Jill Scott.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
can you
Jill.
guys hear me? Hi.
Yes, Jill.
Okay. The parcels are being sold for $10,000, which was to cover the cost of staff's time to be able to sell the do the survey and to the sale of the parcel.
And Ms. Scott, can you clarify what the, can you restate what the rationale was, or I guess that was under closed session. Can you give any other information that might be helpful to the public in understanding why this action was taken?
Sure. The parcels are going to be merged with a larger subdivision of low income housing. And the council felt that it was worth decreasing the value or selling for less than what the parcel is worth in order to promote this housing project and to give them more space to be able to get more units. The parcels themselves were not worth very much money. We looked at the price. They weren't worth a lot, and we thought that using these for the low-income housing and getting more housing into the city of Santa Rosa was more important.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, council, any additional questions on the consent calendar? Seeing none, Vice Mayor Fleming, you have this item?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move items 12.1 through 12.6.
Second.
Did you catch that, Madam City Clerk? I think it was Mr. Rogers seconded it.
Thank you.
It was close though. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any additional comments? Madam City Clerk, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Dowd,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Councilmember Tibbetts, looks like he said aye. Can you give a thumbs up?
A thumbs up.
Thank you. Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers,
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveris,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That passes unanimously with 7 ayes.
Thank you. It is not yet 5 o'clock, so we cannot start public comment on non-agenda items. We have no report items, but we have a couple of public hearings. Mr. City Manager, item 15.1, please.
I believe we may need to wait for 5 o'clock for the public hearings as well, so we will need to take a recess at this point.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, so we will reconvene at 5 o'clock. Thank you. Ready to go, Stephanie?
Yes.
Okay, we'll reconvene the June 23rd Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Present.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here, present.
Councilmember Sawyer. Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Great, thank you. Before we move on to item 13, just two reminders. As I mentioned earlier, tonight's meeting, if need be, will go at least till, or will go up to 10 p.m. If we have not completed all the agenda items, we will start again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Additionally, on this public comment on non-agenda items, you can make comments that are not on the agenda, but council is not allowed to respond to comments on this agenda item. So we will call item 13, public comment on non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person who addresses the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. We'll take 10 speakers under this item 13. If we have more than 10 public comments on item 13, the remaining speakers will be afforded the opportunity on item 17, non-agenda matters, to provide public comment. Madam Host, would you take it from here?
Thank you, Mayor. The first public comment will be from Roman. Roman, I've unmuted your microphone. Please.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yep.
Thank you. Your time begins now. Please identify yourself for the record if you so choose.
Hey guys, Ramon here. I'm sure you're tired of hearing from me. I want to talk about something I discovered, and this colon is mainly just a precursor to what I'll be proposing later during the budget meeting. So I just hope that you guys just use it to retain this. So there's a program called CAHOOTS based in Eugene, Oregon, stands for Crisis Assistance Helping Out on the Streets. They are dispatched to the Fire Ambulance Communications Center, and when they're called out, it's typically to nonviolent events within their community. I understand the city of Santa Rosa doesn't have a mental health or behavioral crisis department, but the county does. I understand Santa Rosa doesn't oversee funding of emergency medical services, but the county has an oversight committee that discusses long-term plans surrounding emergency medical services, the Emergency Medical Care Council. What I'm proposing is the city work to start a dispatch program that works in conjunction with these two services, local EMS programs and county crises workers in a similar fashion to CAHOOTS. Their program addresses crisis counseling, suicide prevention, conflict resolution, grief and loss, substance abuse, housing crises, first aid and medical care, transportation to services. That's just naming a few. Take these responsibilities out of the police department's, the sheriff's department's hands, so the process of reallocating funds isn't such a shock to this, policing system that seems to be holding our city hostage financially. Please look into this program before the budget hearing starts, or just keep it in your mind. Thanks. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ramon. Okay, Mayor, I do not see any additional hands being raised under item 13. Oh, one more. Oh, excuse me, Mayor. We do have one additional, several more hands popping up. The next public comment will be from Kristen, followed by Natalie. Kristen, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and your time starts now.
Cool. Hi, City Council. I was at the protest this weekend and I was grateful to talk with Tom. I just want to reiterate that I think I learned about Measure Zero or Measure O, and that it will be maybe unlikely that we can decrease the police budget, but I'm hoping we can control it to at least put it towards things like cahoots, like Ramon brought up, and also try and pass something to ban rubber bullets and tear gas. Just make some change to the budget to listen to what the people are saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristen. The next public comment will be from Natalie, followed by Seth. Natalie, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello?
Hi, thank you, Natalie. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and your time starts now.
Thank you. I am Natalie Anderson, and I would like to start by saying hello to all of the council and the attendees speaking. I would like to echo the previous statements, and I would really say that it's very important that our community be taken care of by members who their life is valued and their tool is not, their main tool is not a gun. I think that that is a very important thing. I would also really like to bring up an honor I had of speaking with a homeless man by the name of Frank at this most recent 24-hour peaceful protest. It was really interesting to share with him the decrease in the proposed decrease in the budget, as he has a very emotional tie to it. That is, his livelihood that is being messed with in some ways. What could have happened, no one knows. If all the budget that was proposed to go to, let's say, the police was went into housing, obviously that wouldn't happen. That's not, the most rational thing. However, the change in this community that could happen is substantial. We've had a homeless crisis issue for very long, and it's a big issue. There's many issues that go into that. And it's something that is going to be exacerbated with COVID and really needs to be taken care of. He shared with me that there was supposed to be 2 new shelters opening up, and he has not seen those shelters. He has not heard any news on them. There have been 5 suicides in our homeless population. And they are not the only ones who feel, the grunt when they die. Suicide on the tracks is also a big detriment to our train system. And as you can see, this is an overarching issue that needs to be addressed and will only get more and more, critical as it goes on. So I really urge you to look into this and really get on the homeless crisis issue and really help these people. Thank you. You have my time.
Thank you, Natalie. The next public comment will be from Seth, followed by CT. Seth, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Copy that.
Hi, Seth.
Yes.
Thank you. You're ready to speak. Can you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Your time begins now. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose.
Okay. My name is Seth Buffum, Sonoma County resident, taxpayer, voter. So I just want to start by thanking the council, and I do agree with the values. Just I guess maybe the means don't match the ends, and my so my major value is peace, community safety, and a little over 15 years ago, I was homeless, so I'm speaking from personal experience. And if I was written off, I wouldn't have, been the person I am today. And I was luckily homeless in San Francisco, which had a lot of services. And I see on this document I'm looking at that one of the core values is to provide community safety and also meet housing needs. And I would ask to put your money where your mouth is, because under 1% of the allocated budget is not going to meet any needs. And just a point of the peaceful protest that I have also seen tear gas used. Tear gas was banned in 1925 by the Geneva Convention for War. Why is it being used on peaceful protesters? And just a note about, people are saying defund the police. I think the more proper term would be reallocate funds, because a lot of the cores of crime, like where it comes from, is poverty. Like there's a need, right? Like people steal because they need to eat. People are homeless because they can't afford housing. Sometimes people are homeless because mental health issues. We have defunded our mental health system, which I have worked in before, and it's not going to get better without money being put towards mental health. A lot of these public safety, community safety, and housing needs can be solved, but it's not allocating more than a third of our budget to police. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. The next public comment will be from CT, followed by Paulina. CT, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone. CT, are you there?
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Thompson. I'm a physician here in Santa Rosa that works in both a clinic and in a hospital. Hello?
Hi, CT. It sounds like you're having some audio connection issue. CT, are you still there? CT, I'm going to lower your hand. If you so choose, you can come back and speak. It sounds like you have some lag time on your connection. All right, we're going to move on to Paulina, followed by Lee Vandeveer. Paulina, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Thank you, Paulina. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Paulina, and I am a citizen and resident of Santa Rosa. And I am also a student of SSU. I'm here to in hopes that you can consider this proposed city budget. It is insane to me that $62.2 million is going to police. And as a student, I struggle with housing, and I hope that, by looking at the proposed changes that are on here, it is very unfair, because you got this budget is not considering the other aspects of the city. And I just wanted to say that I hope that you consider maybe revising this proposed budget. And also, I hope that many of you as our city leaders say no to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina. The next public comment will be from Lee, followed by Anandi. Lee, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Hi, thank you. I'm Lee. First of all, Mayor, thank you for showing up at the 24-hour rally. It was, as a couple of you know, it was a really beautiful day. I did participate in the march. I was up front. I was able to observe the woman as she rammed into the crowd. I also saw several other vehicles take the direction of the lead bicyclist and make U-turns. Many of them honked and waved. But what I really also want to say is I left a message yesterday But I want to encourage you all to really take a deep look at what the Black Lives Matter Defund project looks like. I've actually emailed you all the link to it. And also the budget called the People's Budget LA. Both of these are templates to use to make a safer community for all of us. And I'm encouraged to hear that there will be meetings coming up in the community. And I think it's an opportunity for us to all make some changes that are needed. And again, Mayor, thank you for saying Black Lives Matter, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Lee. The next public comment will be from Anandi, followed by Ember. Anandi, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Hi, thank you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Your time begins now. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anandi, and I am a Black resident of Santa Rosa, California, going on 20 years. I grew up in this city. It is heart-wrenching to see the things that are going on in the streets, but at the same time, it's very assuring. People think that defunding the police is a crazy idea, but when you think about it, we've been defunding mental health, education, the important areas of our community that actually need funds, and it's hurting the public. I don't believe there's any problem in Santa Rosa that can be solved by the police that equates to a $62.2 million budget. I think if we place those funds towards mental health and housing, and even followed San Francisco's kind of example, as far as having police not respond to non-criminal, non-violent situations, that would be a start. But eventually, I do believe the police need to be defunded, and those funds need to be put back in our community. And you can already see the significant impact that will have. People that have housing and care for their mental health and education are going to be generally happier people and more content in where they are. I'd like to thank the mayor for backing Black Lives Matter. It shouldn't even be a statement in 2020. I know a lot of people in my generation are still confused that things like this are going on, but we need to take immediate and extreme action and, back our words with our actions and do what's right. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Ember, followed by Samra. Ember, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Do you please unmute your microphone?
Hi, so this is actually CT on Ember's phone. My name is Dr. Thompson, and I'm a physician here in Santa Rosa that works in both a community clinic and in a hospital. And I'm also commenting on defunding the police because, like the previous commenter, there should be no question about it. If we're really trying to support our community and help it thrive, we should be funding that same money into community programs, should be funding that money into mental health. I can't tell you, as someone that works in both a hospital and in a community center, the lack of mental health resources that we have. As somebody that's also trained in other parts of this country as well, it's pretty astounding to see how little funding goes towards, I'd have to say, education, how little funding goes towards housing and communities, especially as a community that's been affected by fires 2 years in a row. And also money towards supporting our homeless population as well. I spent 4 years training in Baltimore City, and I have not seen such a heavy or such a large homeless community here as opposed to being in an urban community as Baltimore. And as a previous commenter said, defunding the police is reallocating, and both terms are adequate. I think there's great impact saying defunding as well. And for those that may believe it's not quite, that is, an impossible thing to do, I want to point out that LA has actually allocated $100 million away from the LAPD to minority communities. San Francisco Mayor London Breed said that she's going to work on doing that as well. Baltimore's council is voting to reallocate $22 million away from what is actually $500 million towards the police, towards other community programs. Other thing I do want to mention as well is that I am a Black woman in this county. I've only been here for a year myself, and it's so invigorating to hear you say that you're making a statement of Black Lives Matter, because it's not a statement, it's not a question. My life matters, and we need to be doing things and defunding things and allocating funds in a way that actually supports what's actual, like, humanity. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ember. I did want to make a quick reminder to the public that this is the public comment period for items on non-agenda matters. If you are speaking to the budget items, there will be an opportunity to speak to the budget item under 15.2 later on in the agenda. So the next public comment will be from Samra, and that will conclude our public comment under item 13. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Thank you, I can. Please identify yourself for the public record, and your time begins now for non-agenda matters.
Hello, Council. My name is Samra Tekle, identifying myself. I would again just like to call attention to the potential bias that the people on the council would have towards defunding and rebuilding the police. Tom Schwedhelm's 30 plus years on the force, and then 4 years as the police chief. And as the vice mayor said, you cannot bring down, or in the best words that I can recall it, you cannot bring down the master using the master's tools. There is a significant problem within SRPD. It's obvious, it's blatant. And this recent incident just happened to be captured on camera. And there are certainly many others, as you could have told from at least the Q&A session during the Doyle Park part of the 24-hour protest. So, and I know that another council member also has time on the force. So I would like to call pressure, and I want to emphasize the fact that this system of police isn't working. I really think that we should call more attention towards it and consider the idea of defunding and rebuilding law enforcement in a way that will actually ensure safety. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Samra. Mayor, that takes us to 10 public commenters under item 13. For the remainder of the members of the public who wish to make a comment on non-agenda matters, you will be afforded that opportunity under item 17. At this time, I'm going to lower the remaining hands on non-agenda matters.
Thank you for that, Dina. All right, item 14, we have no report items. Item 15, public hearing. 15.1, Mr. City Manager.
Item 15.1, public hearing, authorizing submission of the 2020-2024 consolidated plan and fiscal year 2020-2021 action plan, and approval of the grant agreements for public services, fair housing, and housing opportunities for persons with AIDS. Nancy Manchester, Program Specialist, presenting.
Thank you for your patience, Nancy. Your microphone has been unmuted. Additionally, the microphone for Megan has been unmuted. Lastly, I have shared your presentation for item 15.1. Nancy, are you there? Megan, your microphone is also muted.
If Nancy's not able to get on, I'm happy to do the presentation for her. Doesn't sound like she's strange. Okay. All right. Sorry for that. Good evening, Council. Before you is a public hearing authorizing submission of the 2024 Consolidated Plan and the Fiscal Year 2021 Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and approving grant agreements for public services, fair housing, and housing opportunity for persons with AIDS. Next slide, please. The purpose of this item tonight is authorized submission of the plans, which is a requirement of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in order for the city to access the CDBG, home, and HOPWA funds that we receive on an annual basis. Additionally, we use this hearing to approve the grant agreements for public services, which we'll get to in later slides, the Fair Housing Program, and the operation of the HOPWA program, which is for individuals with AIDS operated by Face to Face. Next slide, please. To give you an overview of the timing of the process, generally the action plan and consolidated plan is due to HUD by May 15th. This year, due to COVID-19, there has been an extension in the process, and we do have until August, but we would like to get the funding in place before July 1st so that we can begin the fiscal year as normally scheduled. Next slide, please. The Consolidated Plan and Action Plan define how the city intends to spend the CDBG, home, and HOPWA funds. And specifically, the action plan outlines how they'll be spent in the upcoming fiscal year, which is 2021. The Consolidated Plan identifies demographic data that is defined by HUD and uses resources that they make available to jurisdictions throughout the country. Next slide, please. To give you an overview of the city's population estimates, in 2020, we have a population of approximately 172,000 individuals. A little over 68% are white, 5% Asian Pacific Islander, 2.5% identifies Black, African American, 2% American Indian, and of all those households, 29% identify as Hispanic or Latinx. Next slide, please. The number of households, which are housing units in the city, is a little over 64,000. Of these, approximately 11% are extremely low income. Another 11% are very low income, which is 30 to 50%. Low income is 18%, and above median is 49%. Next slide, please. Of our 64,000 households, 46% of them rent, 54% of them own, and more than 46% pay more than 30% of their housing costs. And 30% is identified as what is considered an affordable portion of your income to pay towards housing. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, can you hear me now?
Nancy, I'll just continue on.
Okay.
The housing stock is comprised of 59% single family units, 41% multifamily. And we have, as you've heard repeatedly over the past several years, we have a very low vacancy rate, which contributes to high rental prices. As of September 2019, the average one-bedroom apartment was a little over $1,900 a month. A similar trend is in place for ownership housing as of July 2019. And again, these are data sources that we pulled for the preparation of the consolidated plan. Median price was approximately $699,000. Next slide, please. The consolidated plan helps us identify needs throughout the community. The needs are to increase the supply of affordable rental housing for the lowest income households, to preserve our existing affordable housing stock, to provide housing assistance and support services to our lowest income residents and those with HIV and AIDS and their families, and provide housing and services to special needs populations. Next slide, please. Other needs that we've identified are to increase access to home ownership opportunities, to provide funding for public facilities and improvements, promote economic development activities, and provide housing for non-special needs populations through rent subsidies. And so this is commonly referred to as tenant-based rental assistance. And you may recall this from our May 19th council item, where we allocated our existing 1920 funding to provide rental assistance to individuals who are suffering income loss or reduction as a result of COVID-19. And of these housing needs, we've identified several tiers. A through D and H, which is rental assistance, are the first tier, and E through G are our second tier. Next slide, please. The department and staff conducted outreach starting in January. We attended the Community Advisory Board. There was a community meeting in February. As a result of the pandemic and shelter-in-place orders, we had to change some of the outreach and meetings. We distributed all the information via email, opt-in lists, through social media, the city's email lists and website. This plan was made available for 1 month from May 22nd through June 21st. And today we're before you with the public hearing. Next slide, please. Public comments have been received. Some are in support of providing the homeless services programs, which we'll get to in a moment. And any additional comments that are received tonight will be incorporated into the plan before it is submitted to HUD. Next slide. So for the programs that we are outlining, CDBG, we are receiving approximately $1.4 million in the upcoming fiscal year. And this is generally to provide decent housing, suitable living environments, and economic opportunities. And it's specifically by regulation for low and moderate income households. So these are households at or below 80% of AMI. HUD regulations also specify that 15% of our CDBG allocation needs to be spent on public services. And this is to programs operating within our community, assisting our lowest income residents. Next slide, please. The HOPWA program is Housing Opportunity for Persons with AIDS. The City of Santa Rosa administers this program for the entire county of Sonoma. We receive a little over $447,000 a year. And this is to provide housing assistance and support services to families, individuals and families that are living with HIV and AIDS. And the county's AIDS service provider is face-to-face. So we contract with them in the amount of a little over $434,000 to provide these services. And the remainder is retained by the city for administration of the program. Next slide, please. And finally, the home program. We received $785,000 for this program. In the upcoming fiscal year, we are identifying providing rental assistance to low-income households, and these are individuals at 60% of median income or less, to assist them with their housing needs. Portion will also be used for administration of the program. Next slide, please. The public services funding, which I have touched on, provides comprehensive homeless services through coordinated entry. We had almost $230,000 available in fiscal year 2021. We conducted a solicitation back in the winter and received 3 applications, 2 from Catholic Charities, which one is for the operation of the Homeless Services Center at 600 Morgan Street, and the other is for the Family Support Center, which is one of the largest family shelters in the county. And then we also received an application from the Living Room, and we are proposing to allocate the remainder of the funds to the Living Room for their services. Next slide, please. Additionally, we are required by HUD to provide fair housing services. Fair Housing of Northern California has been our fair housing service provider for several years, and we are recommending that $36,000, and this is of local funds, not out of our federal funds, be provided to Fair Housing of Northern California. Next slide, please. So finally, the recommendation before you from the Housing and Community Services Department is that the council, by resolution, authorize submission of the 2020 through 2024 consolidated plan and the fiscal year 2021 action plan, that you approve the grant agreements for fiscal year 2021 for the public services programs to Catholic Charities Homeless Services Center and Family Support Center, to the Living Room, to Fair Housing of Northern California, and to Face-to-Face for operation of the HOPWA program. Next slide. That you also authorize, and this is all in one resolution, that you authorize the Director of Housing and Community Services to execute these grant agreements and any amendments thereto. And finally, that you authorize the City Manager to execute the federal funding agreements with HUD and any additional forms or documents that may be required. Next slide, please. That concludes the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I believe that Nancy Manchester was able to join in as well.
All right, thank you for that presentation, Megan. Council, any questions? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Mr. City Manager, this is a question for you. Obviously, we've heard a lot of comments so far, and I imagine we'll hear a lot more about how much the city spends on housing and community services. This is a couple $1 million worth of programs. Where would folks find that in the budget as they follow along at home and leading from this discussion into the next discussion?
Well, we discussed specifically the funding that's coming from the general fund. We will see if we can get some more detail to provide to the council, but right now, what's in the presentation is a general fund focused presentation, but I will discuss with staff and see if I can provide some additional detail.
So just to be clear, for folks who are looking at the general fund, they will not see these dollars because they do not come from the general fund, correct?
That is correct. There's some general fund dollars in this presentation, I believe, as was referenced by Megan, but the predominant amount of dollars that we're dealing with in this presentation is federal resource.
Great, thank you so much.
Council, any additional questions? I have one, and I don't know if it's for you, Megan, or you, Mr. City Manager. Since we had there are some CDBG funds that are affiliated with disaster relief and COVID relief. Can you talk about those three different buckets? So we're just talking here, community development block grant dollars, correct? And then can you explain what those other two CDBG funds would be for, just for clarification?
So there is, we will be having a conversation about the COVID-19 dollars. There are dollars that were set aside specifically to address COVID-19 response, and in a future council meeting, we will take that up. I believe it will be part of the July 7th conversation with council. And mitigation dollars are still in process. We're waiting right now for clarity on how we apply. There's about $80 million available in the disaster pool that's been committed, and another $38 million that's still in process and how that is going to be committed. Of the $80 million, Santa Rosa is eligible up to 10 million of that. Again, it's a competitive process for those jurisdictions that were across the state hit hardest by the 17 fires.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Any additional questions from council? Seeing none, I am now then going to open up the public hearing, and we'll be now taking public comments on item 15.1. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Clerk or host, could you take it from here?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll give it a moment to see if we receive any hands raised. Okay, the first public comment will be from Eric Frazier. Eric, I've unmuted or enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Are you calling to speak on item 15.1?
Yes.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your 3-minute time begins now.
Thank you very much. And this is Eric Frazier in Santa Rosa. So my comment has to do with the nature of this funding being controlled and the overseer being HUD. Because there is, to a lot of people, really obvious injustice in the way that housing complaints and housing justice is resolved, both in our court system as well as in various enforcement activities. I'm wondering if it's appropriate for us to include in this process steps that we should be taking to adjust the systemic injustices that exacerbate the housing problems. So if we're creating housing assistance programs for low-income people, the chances are that they have at some point during their residency in Sonoma County or in the city of Santa Rosa have been subjected to unjust or potentially even illegal actions stemming from their tenancy and perhaps even contributing to their financial situation. And so, as always, especially at this time, I would suggest that we do dig deeper and come up with ways that we can address these really core issues. Perhaps even with some of that money, although I know it's not a lot of money and there's a lot of problems that it needs to be applied to, and I can really appreciate that. But find funding somewhere, perhaps it's from the police budget. I know that doesn't have to do with this particular agenda item, but we need to fund a way that we can get to a just center in treatment of our residents and our tenants, as well as our property owners. The current court system doesn't do that. It's biased, it's compromised. Current law enforcement doesn't help us. Many of the systems that we labor under are, quite frankly, obsolete for today's time. So again, my question has to do whether it's appropriate to bring HUD up to date on some of the injustices that we suffer, as well as how we hope to remedy them. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Mayor, I'm seeing no additional hands be raised for item 15.1. We will move on to the pre-recorded voice messages, which there were no pre-recorded voicemail public comments on 15.1. We will move to the email and e-comment public comments on item 15.1 to be read by City Clerk Stephanie Williams.
Comment received from Jean Hotel. I've become aware recently that many cities the size of Santa Rosa around the nation have set aside portions of their downtown areas as pedestrian areas. No cars allowed. I have experienced several myself. Businesses are allowed to place tables, chairs, signs, products, etc. in front. Benches are common in or near small park-like areas. Many mature trees shade the street along with various sized and shaped containers of lovely flowers. Artists and musicians are invited to provide entertainment. They are quite an attraction and many people visit. I could easily see our 4th Street blocked off from B Street to E Street. Businesses want people to come downtown, right? Well, give them a reason to visit. I almost never visit downtown. It's boring. Make visiting downtown an outing. Email received from Jeff Gilman. I am sure you're aware of a significantly impactful service to homeless people currently being provided by Alliance Redwoods Conference Ground. in Occidental in partnership with Redwood Gospel Mission and West County Community Health. I had spoken to Dave Gwine about it on a few occasions. Up to 100 homeless individuals are being served in a safe, supportive, and therapeutic environment with food, lodging, medical and mental health services, case management, job placement, and permanent housing assistance. When the COVID-19 shelter-in-place order came into effect, Redwood Gospel Mission was providing housing for up to 160 people, homeless individuals, and families through 3 different facilities and programs. Because of the health crisis, one of the mission's programs, Entertaining Angels, had to be immediately closed and somehow incorporate guests into existing shelters. Because of the need for social distancing, it became evident that the mission needed to provide a different environment for guests and residents of the mission. ARCG reached out to the mission to offer that environment, provide radical hospitality and safe social distancing, initially for 80 residents. This opportunity allowed the mission's downtown facilities to be an intake, quarantine, and staging area for up to 40 guests. The mission facilities provided space to support transition either out to the camp or from the camp as jobs and housing open up for guests in Santa Rosa. It was a blessed and wonderful alternative to housing people in hotels without the loving supportive services needed by this vulnerable population. Although the city of Santa Rosa did not initially have funds to assist this need, generous local individuals rallied and donated more than $300,000 to support this effort. But as this crisis has continued, the ability for private donations to sustain this effort is falling short of the need. Without the addition of public funds, it is possible that up to 100 people could be without shelter of housing in the coming weeks. I ask that you would consider the work being done by ARCG and direct what funds you can to supplement the generous private donations currently supporting this program. Thank you. Comment received by Jim Blake, Executive Director of Alliance Redwoods Conference Grounds. It has been Alliance Redwoods Conference Grounds, ARCG, and Occidental's honor to partner with Redwood Gospel Mission, RGM, and West County Community Health to serve those experiencing homelessness from the city of Santa Rosa, where I live. Up to 100 homeless individuals are being served in a safe, supportive, therapeutic environment with food, lodging, medical and mental health services, case management, job placement, and permanent housing assistance. When the COVID-19 shelter-in-place order came into effect, I reached out to Jeff Gilman at the Redwood Gospel Mission to offer assistance initially for 80 residents, allowing RGM downtown facilities to be an intake, quarantine, and staging area for up to 40 more guests. For 2.5 months now, we have been offering accommodations, meals, meeting space, and recreation to the homeless, thanks to the generous support of our donors and the local business community. This has been done at no cost to the city of Santa Rosa or local taxpayers. While this has been wonderful, our projection is that without the addition of public funds, this effort may not be sustainable beyond the month of June. Please consider supporting Alliance Redwood's efforts to continue this win-win partnership for all involved. And that concludes email comments received.
And that concludes the public comment on item 15.1, Mayor.
All right, thank you for that. If those are all the comments from the public who wish to comment on this item, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Council, any questions on this item? Seeing none. Mr. Oliveras, you have this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing submission of the 2020 to 2024 consolidated plan and fiscal year 2020-2021 action plan and approving grant agreements for public services, fair housing, and housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion, and I believe once again, Mr. Rogers beat Mr. Sawyer. Any additional comments before roll call vote? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Just one moment. Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveris.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That passes with 7 ayes.
All right, thank you. Our next public hearing, item 15.2, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, item 15.2, public hearing, adoption of the City of Santa Rosa fiscal year 2020-2021 operations and maintenance budget and capital improvement program budget. There will be a series of presenters, but it's my pleasure to introduce Shelley Riley, Interim Deputy Director of Finance, presenting.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. So tonight we will be presenting the fiscal year 2021 citywide proposed budget. You can move through the next couple of slides. Just slide 3. Yep. So the fiscal year 2020-21 citywide forecasted revenue for all funds is approximately $400 million, a $23 million decrease from last fiscal year. This dramatic loss in revenue is primarily related to the COVID-19 pandemic and shelter-in-place order, with the general fund and enterprise funds forecasted to experience the greatest losses. The general fund is estimated to decrease by $14.4 million and the enterprise funds by $12.9 million. The special revenue funds are expected to increase by $4.8 million, primarily driven by a $7.5 million increase in Measure M funds dedicated to street repair. The special revenue funds also includes the original Measure O funds, the 2 county Measure M funds for parks and streets, gas tax, park development fees, and capital facility fees. Other funds is made up of debt service, special assessment districts, and investment funds. These funds are forecasted to see a minor decrease of only $100,000. The Housing Authority revenue is relatively flat with less than 1% decrease from last fiscal year. This amount has been adjusted since the study session in May, down $230,000 to a total of $40.2 million. The successor agency is expected to see a minor decrease for a total of $3 million. Next slide, please. This slide is the citywide expenditures by fund, with the total citywide expenditures budget at $436.5 million. This is a $2.4 million reduction from last fiscal year. The citywide budget was built to keep expenditures equal to last fiscal year's adopted budget without cutting services. The general funds budget increased by $5.9 million to $177 million total proposed expenditures, and will be discussed in more detail in future slides. The enterprise operating funds decreased by $1.8 million to a total of $128 million. The enterprise and non-enterprise capital improvement funds are budgeted at a combined total of $62.3 million and will also be detailed later in the presentation. The special revenue funds have a proposed budget of $16.5 million. The special revenue funds include the Measure O for sworn and violence prevention, homeless services and affordable housing funds, and the admin hearing fund. All other funds proposed budget is 5.2 with a marginal decrease driven by changes in the debt service schedules. The Housing Authority's budget is at $44.1 million. And in response to the earlier question on a prior council item, this is where you would see the CDBG home and HOPA funds in this $44 million amount. The successor agency is budgeted at $3 million, slightly less than the prior fiscal year due to decreases in administrative costs. Overall, the city's expenditure budget decreased by less than 1%, with operating funds increasing by 1.3 and capital improvement funds decreasing by 10.5. Next slide, please. So there have been just a couple changes since the budget was presented at the May study session. The first change was made to the enterprise transit funds for revenue. Due to new estimates from the state, the transit revenue is expected to be further decreased by $330,000 from 11.2 million to 10.8. This reduction was mentioned during the transit portion of the study session, but is now incorporated into the proposed budget. The Housing Authority also had a slight revenue adjustment of $230,000 lower, and this was just a reduction in administrative fee revenue. Again, the total housing revenue is about $40 million. Next slide. The parking fund expenditures were adjusted with council's approval of an expanded security contract. The increase in contract services allowed the parking division to eliminate 1.5 vacant parking operation aide positions. These changes combined for a net budget reduction of $50,000. The Information Technology Fund has also added $55,000 in expenditures due to emerging costs related to the pandemic. IT has added $25,000 for citywide Zoom software licenses so the city can conduct more meetings online, and $30,000 for cybersecurity training and testing. Next slide. So based on multiple public comment, we wanted to clean up some confusion about the budget. We wanted to highlight the budget for both homeless services and affordable housing, and also the budget for housing and community services departments. The homeless services and affordable housing budget is part of the special revenue funds of the city. The general fund supports these activities by transferring funds into the budget, but they are not a direct expenditure of the general fund. The budget for homeless services and affordable housing is funded at the same level as the prior fiscal year. The proposed 2021 budget is $3.6 million with a minor $1,000 reduction from last year's budget. In the next slide, I will go into more detail of the homeless services section of this budget. The Housing and Community Services Department budget supported by the general fund did have a significant change from fiscal year 1920's adopted budget. This reduction was 100% driven by the realignment of the department and not a reduction in services. The reorganization of the Housing and Community Services Department transferred 2 general fund supported programs, Code Enforcement and Neighborhood Revitalization Program, to the Planning and Economic Development Department. Code Enforcement comprised of 10 positions and a budget of $1.25 million, which was transferred to PED. The Neighborhood Services or Neighborhood Revitalization Program transferred a budget of $425,000. None of the services were eliminated in the Housing and Community Service Department or the Planning and Economic Development Department, but was just reorganized to better align the activities of the 2 departments. Next slide, please. So the general fund transfers about $3.3 million to homeless services, including Sam Jones Hall funding at $1 million, Housing First Fund, $634,000, the host contract at $500,000, Homeless Service Center hours expansion for $100,000, Domestic violence shelter beds, 50,000. Grant writing, 50,000. The annual homeless count, 68,000. And administration costs of 923,000. This slide is the general fund baseline calculation. In accordance with the Measure O tax measure for public safety and violence prevention, the general fund's contribution to these programs is required to be a specific funding level as set forth in the ordinance. For the police department, the baseline level is 34%, 24% for the fire department, and 0.4% for violence prevention. Currently, each of the programs are over the baseline required percentage for 2021. The police department is over by 1.4 million, fire department 2.2 million, and violence prevention by 27,000. To replenish the loss of revenue and reserves, the city is currently in a hiring freeze. The general fund is targeting salary savings of $5 million across all departments for next fiscal year. The police department's portion of the held positions amounts to a little over $1 million in salary savings. The fire department is holding $735,000, while violence prevention is fully staffed with 0 held positions. These held position savings are not reflected in the proposed budget for police or the fire department. That concludes my section. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to the police chief, Ray Navarro.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Let me make sure I'm on.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm and City Council members. Rainer Navarro, Chief of Police. I want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to evaluate the police department budget right now. Before we get started, I'd like to provide a quick overview of who we are and what our budget funds. The department's mission is to be committed to making Santa Rosa a safe place to live, work, and play. We respond to a wide range of calls for service and support, and we provide support and outreach programs to promote our partnership with the community. By doing that, we have 6 program areas which help us carry out those core functions. One is Measure O, which you just heard about. Another one is our Support Bureau, which addresses recruitment, testing, training, and wellness. Our Technical Services Division, which oversees our communication, records, crime analysis, and technology. Our Investigations, which addresses all investigations through different subject matter experts in different areas of policing. Our General Administration, which oversees our budget, contracts, supplies, and facilities, which we'll be talking about today. And our Field Services, which is the most visible component of the department, which is our uniformed field officers. We have a culture of community policing and engagement over the years. We've developed and trained our staff, striving to have the best trained peace officers in the region and prepare for succession planning. Transparency is a part of who we are, and we adopted and implemented the body-worn camera program back in 2015, and we have a transparency page on our website. We strive to meet legal mandates. Our training includes de-escalation, procedural justice principles, and development of our staff. Since being appointed last year, I've worked with my team to ensure each line item is properly budgeted in order to be good stewards of our resources and money. With that, I have 6 slides that we'll go through. What you'll see is that we've already identified funding for a police auditor. After the presentation, both myself and my ASO, Pam Lawrence, will be available to answer any questions. If we can go to the first slide, please. Thank you. So this first slide is a quick overview of our budget. Our total annual budget for next year is $67 million. Measure O makes up about $4.5 million, or 7% of our total budget. 84% of our budget, or the bulk of our budget, is in staff salaries and benefits. As you can see in the first line, our salaries went up just under 2% from last year. This proposed budget has a 2.3% increase to meet benefits and administrative needs, which we'll talk about later. Next slide, please. This slide provides information on our department salaries. We have 260 budgeted positions, which makes up our permanent salaries, which remains relatively flat. There are 181 sworn officers and 79 civilian employees that make up those positions. There are a few areas of note on this slide. The non-permanent position, that is per diem assistance that we get for our dispatchers. We have overtime costs on the third line down. The overtime costs are mainly for investigations such as violent crimes, domestic violence, sexual assaults, and addressing staffing shortages within our dispatch center. Our holiday overtime is for officers working holidays. And the reimbursement line that you can see there, that is a line to show how salaries are charged to another fund or project. There was a decrease here in the reimbursement costs because we had a one-time OTS, or Office of Traffic Safety grant, last year that is not coming around this next year. There was a significant increase in the contract overtime line budget. Contract overtime is any overtime related to special events, such as the Wednesday Night Market, Ironman, Country Summer, and the Fair. And the reimbursable overtime was moved here from a project key or into this line item to better align with actuals. And you'll see that again in slide 6. Next slide, please. This next slide provides an overview of our employee benefits. These line items here, we don't have a lot of control over this part of the budget. These amounts are mandated by finance and risk management. A couple of things I will highlight on this slide. If you go halfway down to the retirement line, it shows a 7% increase. That retirement line, it's a mix of civilian and sworn position, and it fluctuates with payroll due to normal CalPERS retirement costs. On the reimbursement benefit line, right below it, you'll see a reduction in the benefits due to that one-time grant that I talked about on the last slide not being renewed. The physical and miscellaneous benefits right underneath that is for any needed medical exams annually. And near the bottom, you'll see an increase in the unfunded liability annual payment. That is CalPERS unfunded liability, and these calculations are determined by CalPERS. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of our services and supplies. As you can see, our professional services are remaining relatively flat. The majority of this line item, about $1 million, goes to pay for our consortium costs. The consortium costs are determined by the size of our population and the calls for service that we go to on an annual basis. There was a slight increase to the other outside services line item. And in that, there's about $300,000 that goes from federal and state asset forfeiture to fund the destruction of drugs, video surveillance. We pay for financial analysis for significant investigations, and we purchased Narcan. Narcan is a drug that counteracts opiates, and we've actually saved, I think, between 8 to 10 lives in the community because each officer has been issued Narcan and carried it on their person. And that is a program that we instituted about 1.5 years ago. Some of the other more significant costs include $150,000 for tow services, which are becoming more expensive. There's about $70,000 for sexual assault exams, $20,000 that are set aside to destroy weapons and ammunition that are turned in by community members into the police department. $19,000 goes to our Nixle contract. There's about $10,000 for the employee wellness program and $10,000 for ongoing radio maintenance. On the next line of maintenance services, there's a slight increase, and that is to maintain our 146 vehicles in our fleet. There was another slight increase a few lines down in the replacement fund that pays for the replacement of each of these vehicles on a scheduled cycle. And that's every 4 to 5 years. The telephone line item, the telephone line item has an increase. That's due to the rising costs of technology such as iPhones, iPads, internet, and the dispatch center. One thing to note is now that we issue iPhones to our staff, we no longer issue and purchase cameras or audio recorders for investigations. The iPhones are kind of a one-trick pony on that, and so we were able to use that for all of those. Our office supplies, there was a decrease there. This covers papers, pens, and other office supplies. The decrease in this line item is because we moved some funds to the outside services that I just talked about to address rising costs in that line item. Our operational supplies, that covers all supplies that are used in the fields or in the field. This includes $250,000 for our body-worn camera program, $52,000 for ammunition, of which $33,000 of it is for training ammunition. There's about $48,000 in the supply to replace radios when they break down. About $10,000 for food and vet bills for our canine program, and $20,000 for nitrile gloves, which is part of our PPE equipment that we issue to our officers and are used on a regular basis. At the bottom, you'll see the software program. There is a zero budget for 2021. And last year, we purchased some recruitment software, and we don't have any planned purchases this year through the software budget. Next slide, please. This slide provides information regarding our overhead and administration costs. As you can see, the IT annual cost did go up. The IT annual cost recovery is a pass-through cost from our IT department in the city. The liability insurance, a few lines down, that also went up. The liability insurance is for our Measure O positions because they're not paid through the general fund, which is the general fund is self-insured, so there has to be liability insurance for the Measure O positions. Our conferences and training, that went down just a bit, about 2%. We anticipate less travel due to the current pandemic that we're in right now. Inside of this line item, there's about $255,000 that is set aside for post-mandated or required training for our staff. The remaining $59,000 goes towards courses that may come up throughout the year regarding anything from community training and community engagement, professional development, such as training as command college, our supervisory institute that we send sergeants to, and other training for officers and managers. The advertising line item went down. The That was reduced because the marketing and outreach coordinator was moved from the police department, it was a half-time position, to the communications team for the city. And with that, the budget that she had went to the communications team. The remaining funds in there are really for our recruitment purposes that we continue to have. There's a slight reduction in the all other miscellaneous category because of reduction in printing costs. There's much more technology now that we have. In addition, some of the funds were moved to the maintenance budget for equipment. And then at the bottom, you'll see the overhead and the general fund administration or general administration fund that is used to pay for administrative costs within the general fund. And that fund or line item is set by the finance department after a cost allocation study. And if we can move to the last slide, please. This slide provides an overview of our projects. The first one is the Crime Mitigation Fund. That fund comes from the Graton Casino and it's paid out to law enforcement jurisdictions. This fund will be used to fund the independent auditor that we will be going out to in the next year, and also an after action report for the recent response to the protests. The environmental crimes line item that is used to pay for investigative needs that arise through some of these environmental investigations. Sometimes there's lab testing and expert analysis that's needed outside of our department that we have to pay for, and it comes out of that line item. The police weapons fund, that is used to fund the replacement of our weapons. This includes firearms, less lethal weapons, and which also includes our tasers. We've been working very hard to make sure that we're putting our weapons on a scheduled replacement plan. So we're not surprised by any major costs. And last year, we renewed our taser program for $667,000 over the next 5 years. So that comes out of this particular budget. Our public safety building line item, that pays for updates to our building. We have an aging building and the funds help keep it as up to date and in working condition as possible. This last year, we used the money to create a department operations center, which is used for all of our special events. This allows us to maintain a training room and which was doubling as a DOC and be prepared for emergencies. Our contract services line item, you can see that is zeroed out for the upcoming year. Again, this was overtime for special events, and the funds were moved from this key into salaries under contract overtime to better align with actuals. And also the last line on this budget is the communication systems, which show a zero amount. This project was used for our radio upgrade project that we've been working on for the last few years. Phase 1 was completed and phase 2 was approved by council in December 2019 and is currently in process. With that, that is the end of my presentation. I want to thank you for your time. So Pam Lawrence and I are both available to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. Bring it back to council. Council, any questions on the presentation thus far? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions here. So Sean, first, I've had a number of folks ask me specifically about the funding for the auditor position with a little bit of concerns about the funding coming out of the police department. And my understanding, and I was hoping you could help clear up as well, is that the auditor will actually will report directly to you, so that though not funded by the police department, or though funded by the police department, would have oversight outside of the police department.
So there's a couple answers to that question, I believe. First of all, that's how we fund, the last auditor position that was available to the city That's exactly how it works. I believe that we're going to want to go through a conversation with the Public Safety Committee and the community about what roles and responsibilities they want the auditor to take on. But again, it's funded from police, but it is not report to the police department.
So in those discussions, if folks would like to make sure that the auditor continues to report to the city manager or has some form of civilian oversight, that would be the time to bring up those ideas is at the subcommittee for discussion, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. We have a discussion that I know that a lot of us are following at the Santa Rosa City Schools that I believe tomorrow they will be discussing reallocation of the SRO positions that we have funded. Obviously, it's currently proposed within this budget because we don't know what they'll do. But in the event that they ask us to not have those SRO positions on campus, how would we be able to shift this around given that we are going a day ahead of them? And is that a potential for us to utilize those positions differently?
Well, I think I will leave it to Councilmember Oliveris and the Vice Mayor Fleming were on a conversation with some folks on the school board and staff today, and I'll let them to fill you in on the fullness of that conversation. I would say, unfortunately, these things do not work in perfect synchronization, but the council is already scheduled to revisit several conversations about the budget. We've scheduled a September 15th check-in. The mayor has already said that we're going to have a goal-setting session on August 4th. There will be ways to manage through that conversation about what the future of the SRR program is, and in partnership with the school board, but also as the council as a full. So, you know, we are approving a budget, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities to have conversations about what happens in this fiscal year and future fiscal years over the course of the next few months.
Great. And I've also obviously heard a lot of comments, as have the rest of the council members, regarding some form of different type of enforcement or response to nonviolent calls for service, particularly mental health and homeless calls. Chief or city manager, where is the appropriate place for us to continue to have those conversations going forward? And is, as I mentioned, if those SRO positions are reallocated, is that a potential place where we can add some of those folks as well?
Again, I would just say that we would need to have a conversation. There's still a baseline issue that the council would have to address in these conversations. I can't comment on specifics about that particular proposal. But again, I believe over the next few months, there will be multiple opportunities for the public and the council to weigh in on the future direction of all these programs and how we allocate our resources.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Great, thank you. Is this an appropriate time for me? So this question is for you, City Manager Gallagher. Is this an appropriate time for me to speak to the meeting that myself and Councilmember Oliveris attended this morning?
I think it is the appropriate time because the question has arisen about the SRO program, yes.
So after having met with 3 of the trustees and the superintendent and her deputy and assistant this morning, you know, of course, they're a Brown active body and did not disclose how they were going to vote. However, it did seem, if I were a betting woman, I would bet that they are going to pause the relationship with SRPD at this during their meeting tomorrow. Does that answer your question as well as I can, Mr. Rogers?
I mean, it does. I guess what I'm sort of looking at is a sort of a contingency that I believe that's 5 positions that we are looking at in today's budget that come tomorrow night might not be necessary. And I'm hearing the discussions from the public, both around having folks who can respond to non-urgent or non-violent, call them priority 3 calls, and also saying that we have these potential positions that are no longer going to be in schools if that's the direction that the school board chooses to go. And I'm just trying to make sure that that voice gets expressed and that there is room for folks to have that conversation, both in this budget and also at the subcommittee level.
Right, and so I'll refrain from expressing my opinion, but on that. But I would, if you are done, I'll go on to asking my questions, some of which are around that, which is within the confines of Measure O, are we able to reallocate those positions or monies that would be freed up by the elimination or the pausing of those positions within the police budget to add additional services? That's directed at you, Mr. City Manager.
So I can point back to the slide that that is the baselines. I will say that we've already frozen at this point $5 million worth of positions with the idea of coming back in September to address whether they would be able to be funded. That is not dipping below the baseline. So I do not think that you've heard any issues from our partners in labor or questionings of the legality of that. I would say the council has prerogative to make decisions this evening, direct staff to take certain approaches, whether over the course of the hearing. But if you dip below that, you would need to garner the support of 6 of your colleagues to dip below that baseline level.
So that's really what I'm speaking to is, do we have the authority with a simple majority to reallocate money within the police department such that it does not dip below baseline? But for example, we just heard that a third of employees of SRPD are non-sworn officers. Do we have the authority to spend the money on on individuals who may not be sworn officers, but who would reside within the police department and who would perform police-like services, but without being sworn officers?
I think it depends. I think it'll depend on the proposal, quite honestly, because some of the standards of coverage are negotiated with labor. So again, I would say you would give us direction about how an approach you'd want to take, and we could assess that direction. But right now, there are about $1 million worth of positions that are frozen within that budget.
And I look forward to seeing how much detail you can pull up over the contract that we have with our safety employees. I have a feeling we'll be delving deeper into that later on in the evening. I have a question or two for Chief Navarro around budgeting in general. Last year, you came to us and requested around $5 million for a radio program that was directed mostly, it sounded like, at regional safety, and made a lot of sense. I'm wondering if that's something that going forward can be, those kinds of big dollar expenditures can be something that's budgeted for so that we don't get slammed with such large expenditures.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We are, we're constantly working on trying to evaluate what our needs are and trying to forecast those out. So our intent is to look at those big ticket items in the future and try to address those as early on as possible. And so, we are, we do look for grants when we can, and if that's why we have those projects that we try to put into place for those long-term projects. And so we're constantly trying to evaluate that, and we'll continue to do that.
Great. Thank you. And to your point about grants, earlier this year with the mayor and the city manager, we visited the Office of Community Oriented Policing in DC, and I know we talked with them a lot about grants. I'm wondering what portion of your budget is augmented or could be augmented with grant funding for community-oriented policing strategies. And to that point as well, we visited, I think it was the Department of Justice, where they talk about funding opportunities to have mobile support units and integrate more social workers into our policing strategies.
Yes, so we've already started discussions trying to look at other ways we can respond to crisis situations with mental illness and the homeless. As you know, we partner with HOST right now, and I've been speaking with some other chiefs in other areas about ways to improve how we respond to mental illness, and that could include social workers. We have been reviewing grants or potential grants that come out. One of the issues is that you have to do a match with many of these grants, and so with everything that's been going on this past year, those are some of the things that it's difficult to do to pull out and match some of these grants. But those are things that we're going to be looking at in the future, and how do we strategize to be able to match grants in the future. And then they only last about 2 to 3 years, and then what happens after that? How is that paid for later on? So those are strategies that we're looking at, and we don't have a grant research coordinator right now, but I work with my ASO to look for some of those opportunities.
I know you can't predict the future, but do you believe that if you were to have a grant writer or someone like that we would be able to secure more federal funding for community-oriented policing and for other types of interventions like we learned about?
Sorry, I was on mute. I think that we're exploring those. I've had some discussions with the city manager about, how can we leverage grants in the future? And, I think, we're looking at, different ways to, is there somebody who's familiar with grants in the department, or if there's an outside entity? I think those are things that we can definitely look at.
Yeah, because one thing I'll be looking at as we discuss the role of Measure O in the current environment is what kinds of grants require us to be a self-help community. And if we are to address Measure O in any way, how would that impact our ability to be scored and ranked on those grants? And if we actually are applying for them, then it matters. But if we're not, then are we leaving money on the table, and could we be leveraging this funding? It was my perception, and I don't know if it was yours, that some of our potential federal partners seem very eager to provide us with a lot of assistance around the process of obtaining grant monies to have mental health interventions through the police department. So I'm going to change tack here. I've only got a couple more questions, and then I'll let you move on. The last question I had was on slide 14. You said that we have a professional contract around sexual assault rape. And I believe I asked this question last year, but I think it merits asking every year, which is that, in many jurisdictions, rape kits go untested and are shelved. Do we do this in-house, or it sounds like from the nature of how you described it, it's a professional services, so it's done by an outside company? And to that point, do we have any untested rape kits? And I don't mean ones that we took yesterday or the day before, but do we have any backlog?
I can get some information later regarding what our backlog is, or if there is one. We do use an outside company. We do not have the capacity to test within our department.
And is it your assessment of our budget that you have adequate funding to test all rape kits that you collect? We can't determine how many that we're going to get per year, but I don't think there's enough funds there to adequately support the number of sexual assaults that we have. So it'd be very important for me going forward, especially with a lot of pressure that we're getting to rearrange funding to make sure that we protect our most vulnerable residents, and hopefully somebody can pull up how much money it actually takes to make sure that after a woman is assaulted, or a man for that matter, and goes through both the trauma of that and the trauma of getting their rape kit taken, that it doesn't sit on the shelf. And that's something that I'm very interested in hearing more about. And that's all the questions I've had.
Thank you. I agree. Thank you.
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. It's interesting to hear the conversation around the reallocation of funds. When you think about I've been hearing a lot of my constituents from all over the city asking for that reallocation, and to be more sensitive to the needs of mental health professionals and social work. And at the same time, being able to make sure that those particular people who may not, those workers that may not be completely versed in public safety tactics, if you will. I mean, it's really shows why it's going to be so important in our subcommittee work to be able to listen to the community and be able to give them a really good picture of what the reality is. If you send a trained professional in mental health and they don't know the police side of it, and the person it goes south in that gathering, that would require actually potentially two individuals, one that has a high level of knowledge in public safety, and also one that has a very high level in dealing with someone who's dealing with a mental break. So it's having that conversation is going to be very interesting in knowing exactly what it means to reallocate those funds away from a police officer who, even with their training, I know that the training is a major issue, but it's also going to be an issue on the other side, the individuals that we send to these calls. So there are a lot of really important conversations that need to take place, and a lot of adjustments of expectations of our community, because it's not as easy as just sending someone else.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Is that all you had to say?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the question I had, first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Rogers. I think he hit the big ones that I think many of us on council were interested in hearing about. And I'm not sure if this is for Mr. City Manager or for the Chief. Chief, I'm aware of the obligated and unobligated time, which plays into response time calls. Would you be able to prepare for us, and I'm not sure if it'd be in time for the September meeting or the August meeting, or this might be our subcommittee meeting, the calls for service? Because I believe at some point we need to start analyzing what are the calls for service that the police department's responding to, and then with those numbers, the actual numbers, what types of calls for service do we think we don't have to send a sworn officer to? And again, I've heard a lot of comments about, non-violent type calls. And I know the program had been started with the field evidence tech. And so do you still have that information available, and would you be able to produce it with relative ease? I guess I'd check tomorrow.
Yes, so we do provide we do have a staffing study that we do every few years, so we can pull up the most recent information that we have and prepare that for any upcoming public safety subcommittee meeting.
How up to date is that staffing study? And again, that's when you're saying staffing study, that analysis the calls for service, correct?
It does. It's an analysis regarding calls for service for our patrol resources. It was back in, the last one was 2018.
Okay. And if you're saying the staffing levels have been fairly consistent, that would still be fairly applicable to what we're experiencing in 2020?
Okay, we've had some crazy years with 2017 and then 2019, but I would say that they would be consistent with what's needed right now.
Okay. And on another track, I saw for one of the projects was for the environmental crimes team. I know the result of some of those investigations results in some fines that comes back to the community. I know some goes to the district attorney's office. I didn't see that anywhere in our budget. Does some of those dollars come back to the police department, or what's the status of those, the results of those investigations and the successful prosecution of them?
So I will have, if I can have my ASO help me out. She can give an answer to if that money comes directly back to the police department or not.
Sure. Good afternoon. This is Pam Lawrence, ASO. Thank you for having us. So that is our $10,000 that we get. That was in the line item on the last slide. And the rest, that's a given money, whether we have any cases or not. And the rest, I believe, goes to general fund.
So any of the fines after the case has been adjudicated does not come back to the police department, back to the general fund, if I heard you correctly, outside of that 10K.
Exactly. We're just guaranteed the 10,000 a year.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Sawyer, you still have your virtual hand up. Did you have a question or were they already answered?
Answered. Thank you. I didn't mean to have I thought it was going to go down. I'll lower it.
Thank you. Mr. Oliveras, you have a question?
Thank you, Mary. I was just thinking about the future conversations related to the police department resources, allocation of some of those resources. I would also be interested to know for future discussions, because I know that there have been some other cuts to the services within the organization, investigative services potentially, but also the elimination of the gang unit. I know that we still deal with some of these issues out on the street, so I would like to know in future conversations what some of these impacts have been. And I think it also relates to the issues related to the studies that you were referring to as far as allocation of time. So somebody's picking up that slack somewhere along the line. So I don't know what those impacts have been since we've eliminated the gang unit. And I know that was only a temporary thing. So I'm interested in seeing how that's going to be revived in the future.
Thank you, sir. We'll make sure we have that. We'll be working on that for future meetings.
Okay, council, any additional questions? Seeing none, Chief Navarro, anything else to add to your presentation?
No, I just want to thank you for your time. Again, we strive to be just good stewards of our resources and money, and we look forward to having these conversations with the public to review our policies, engage with the public, report back, and to make revisions as necessary over the next several months. And I just want to thank you for your time again, and look forward to working with all of you and the community.
All right, thank you, Chief Navarro. Okay, we've been at it for a while, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll reconvene at 7 o'clock p.m. 7 o'clock reconvene. Okay, Stephanie, are we ready to resume?
Yes, we are.
Okay, now being 7 p.m., could we please have a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd?
Present.
Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Tibbetts?
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Sawyer?
Hear me?
Yes.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming? Here. Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Great, thank you. Mr. City Manager, I believe we're on slide 18.
Yes, and I believe that Shelley is going to pick it up for the next few slides again.
Welcome back, Shelley.
Thank you. So the next few slides, we're going to get into more detail of the fiscal year 2020-2021 general fund proposed budget. This first slide is the revenues by category. All revenue estimates are the same as what was presented back in April during the long-range financial update and in the May study session. The only exception is the interfund charges, which have been adjusted for a deletion of a vacant meter specialist position in the utility billing division in finance. This position was 100% financed from the water department and resulted in a $100,000 decrease in revenue, along with an equal and offsetting decrease in salary and benefits. So overall, the general fund revenue is estimated at $164 million, an 8% or $14.4 million reduction from last fiscal year. The general fund is forecasting reductions in most revenue categories due to the pandemic, with the exception of property tax and vehicle license fees. These taxes are expected to increase by 5.5%, mainly due to home rebuilds and new construction. Sales tax was reduced by 15% for next fiscal year, with some of this reduction being offset by the expected growth in online sales, for a total of a little over $54 million. Sales tax is the largest revenue source for the city at 33% of the total revenue. Utility users tax is forecasted at a reduction of $600,000 or a 5.7% decrease. Other taxes include the transit occupancy tax, real property transfer tax, and business tax, which were estimated to decrease by 30% for a combined loss of $4 million. Also included are franchise fees, forecasted at $10 million annually, and cannabis business tax at $2 million for next year. Permits, fines, and charges for services were reduced by 25% for next fiscal year, for an overall total of almost $11 million. Interfund charges are essentially flat from last fiscal year at $13.9 million, after the decrease of $100,000 from the water funds for the meter specialist position. Recreation fees are forecasted to decrease by 30% for a total revenue of $2.5 million. Intergovernmental interest and other is estimated at $4.6 million. The decrease in this revenue is primarily due to one-time grants received last fiscal year. Again, for a total anticipated general fund revenue at $164 million. Next slide. The next slide is the expenditures of the general fund. For fiscal year 2021, the general fund was budgeted flat compared to last year's adopted budget. Overall, the proposed expenditure budget is increasing by 3.4% or $6 million for a total budget of $177 million. Salary and benefits are budgeted at $139 million or 80% of the total general fund budget. Salaries experience a marginal adjustment for new hires and merit raises, and also the position that was deleted in utility billing caused the salary and benefits to decrease for a combined $100,000 here from the study session. The benefits category saw the largest increase of all expenditure categories at $2.9 million, mainly due to increases in both the normal CalPERS retirement rates and the unfunded liability payment. All other benefits had relatively insignificant changes. Professional services increased by $1.5 million, mainly driven by the cost of the November 2020 election and landscaping contract, for a total requested of $13.4 million. Vehicle expenses increased by almost 10% to $5.6 million. Operational supplies is at $3.3 million with a minor decrease of $100,000. Utility costs are budgeted at 5% higher than last year due to anticipated cost increases by PG&E. IT costs increased by $400,000 for a total of $5.1 million. Liability and property insurance is up $100,000 to $1.9 million. The other miscellaneous category includes dues and subscriptions, advertising, meetings, conference and training, and lease payments. The proposed budget is down $2.3 million, the proposed budget is $2.3 million, down by $200,000 from last year. Capital outlay costs were held flat at $100,000, and O&M projects are budgeted at $2.6 million with a $1.5 million decrease from last year, and primarily that decrease is driven by the reduction in fire recovery center contract work. Next slide, please. This slide is also the general fund expenditures, and is just broken out in a slightly different way by department. Again, the only change to this was in the finance department, which is listed under administration. Administration also includes the city council's budget, city manager's office, city attorney's office, human resources, finance, and the newly formed communications and intergovernmental relations office. This new department was established by moving approximately $1 million in budget from all other departments into this one, and is accounting for most of the change in administration for a total budget of $21.9 million. As I said earlier, the Housing and Community Services total budget is $200,000 after transferring the Code Enforcement Division and Neighborhood Revitalization Program to the Planning and Economic Development Department. The department did not eliminate any of these programs, but merely transferred the budget to better align the services. As you can see, the Planning and Economic Development Department's budget went up by 7.2% for a total budget of $15 million. The fire department's budget had less than a 2% increase at $44.2 million, and most of this increase was due to retirement benefit costs. The general funds portion of the police department budget is $62.2 million with an increase of $2.5 million. And again, their main driver of this increase was retirement costs for a total of about $1.7 million. Recreation and community engagement decreased marginally to a total budget of $9.8 million. And most of their change was due to the movement of staff and supplies to the communications department. Transportation and Public Works budget increased by $1.3 million to a total of $28.2 million. Stormwater's budget was flat at $600,000 with less than a $100,000 decrease in budget. Non-departmental's budget is a credit of almost $5 million. These costs include the animal shelter, county administrative fees, and fire and liability insurance. The budget also includes credits for anticipated salary savings and the offset for the general fund administration costs charged to other general fund departments. Again, the $5 million in targeted salary savings is not included in this budget. The overall general fund expenditure budget is $177.2 million. Next slide, please. So the general fund only had a couple changes since the study session was presented back in May. It was the elimination of that 1.0 vacant meter specialist in Finance's utility billing division. Again, this salary and benefits of this position are 100% reimbursable by the general fund to the general fund by the water department. So the position deletion both lowers the expenditure budget as well as the revenue budget. So there is a net zero impact on the general fund's overall balance. The second change was also in the utility billing division, converting a meter specialist to a limited term meter technician, which will expire at the end of next fiscal year. That was all the changes since it was originally presented. So the next slide, we just wanted to highlight some of the general fund expenditures. The first one is we carried over the budget from fiscal year 1920 and only made minor adjustments. We continued funding for the Roseland Library at $150,000, the Veterans Fare Free Transit Program for $30,000, Tenant Landlord Services contract at $87,000, and the Secure Families Fund contract at $50,000. Next. We also added $500,000 to ball field and turf mowing contract, as well as November 2020 election funding. We also continue to reorganize the Communications and Intergovernmental Relationship Office by creating that new department. Next slide. So this is the same overall summary that was shown back in May. As mentioned earlier, the revenue is forecasted to be $164 million. The transfers into the fund at $2.7 million for a total of $167 million. These transfers in include gas tax, Measure M, and various others. The expenditure budget is $177 million with an additional $1.2 to capital improvement projects and $5.7 to other funds for a total of $187 million. So the transfers out of the 5.7, 3.6 is to the homeless services and affordable housing, as well as courthouse square debt service and funding for parking enforcement. Since the expenditure budget is more than the revenue, the general fund is at a deficit spend of a little over $18 million. Next slide. So at the current funding levels, the reserve at the end of next fiscal year is projected to be approximately $1.1 million with what we know now. This is considerably less than the policy mandated reserve requirement of 15% or $26 million. During the next portions of the presentation, Council will hear about additional budget requests due to the current conditions of the city and possible solutions to replenish this reserve level. Next slide. So that concludes the overall general fund. If you have questions, I'll take them now. If not, we will move on to the additional general fund requests.
All right, Council, any questions on that portion of the presentation? Seeing none, I did have one, Shelley. I've heard members of the community talk about the general fund water contribution, and according to this is $600,000. And it was clear from the way it was commented that that is the total water budget. I know it's not part of this presentation because it's an enterprise fund, but do you know how much the water budget is overall as an enterprise?
I can get there. So the water budget is broken up between a few different Water funds. Actually, I don't have it easily handy, but I could get it right back to you at the end of the presentation.
That'd be great, just because I think there's some members of the community think that we only, our water budget is only $600,000, and I know it's several $1 million. So yes, that'd be great just to share for those who are listening in. Mr. Rogers, you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question regarding the $500,000 that I know we had discussed adding towards the ball field and turf mowing contract. I know that a lot of that, when we discussed it, was deferred maintenance, particularly around some of our ball fields for our Rec and Parks division. Given that our softball and baseball leagues are not, as I understand it, are not yet going this year and may not go at all due to COVID, is this an opportunity site for us to defer the spending of that $500,000 until next year when we know a little bit more about our budget?
So these are, with the playing fields, if you allow them to deteriorate, there's a point where actually you're going to spend much, much more money trying to rehabilitate them. So staff is recommending that we keep those assets because it will cost you treble or quadruple the amount of money to restore those particular assets because of the way they're set up in the system. So we would not be recommending alleviating. There will be other capital projects that we'll be talking through in the second half of this presentation that we would recommend deferral, but that would not be where staff would recommend because of the cost to rehabilitate those assets.
Great, thank you so much.
Council, any additional questions? Seeing none?
So if you want, I do have the amounts for the water funds.
Sure, that'd be helpful.
So for the water fund, their expenditure budget is a little over 45.6 million. For local wastewater, it's 24.3 million. And for sub-regional, it's about 67 million.
Thank you for that information. I think it's very helpful. Okay, let's move on with the presentation.
So I believe the general fund requests will be presented by, the first one will be presented by David.
Thank you. I'm going to start off the first request. Next slide, please. So good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. My name is David Gill, and I'm the Assistant City Manager. This item is to request one-time funding of $150,000 to begin the implementation of the city's empowerment plan in response to the recent protests. The empowerment plan was developed by the Community Engagement Division in conjunction with other city departments to identify ways a city can create space for inclusive, open, and constructive dialogues between the city and the community as we look to address the city policies and funding decisions brought up in the recent protests and ongoing community conversations. Specifically, this funding is going to support, or is planned to support such things as facilitation services, translation services, digital and print outreach services, and other meeting logistical needs. So as mentioned at the beginning of the council meeting tonight, the city will be hosting a listening session next Tuesday, June 30th, to hear from the community and to receive input on the community empowerment plan and proposed outreach efforts. At that point, we'll be able to get input to determine what next steps we'll take, and this funding will allow us to take those steps. For the public's information, that plan is available online. The current draft plan can be found at srcity.org/community empowerment. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on this item.
Council, any questions? Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, just Sean, just as a quick one, I know that we are getting close on hiring a new community engagement director to the position that has been vacant for just a little bit. How does this dovetail with the timing of that and their workload?
So this would be, again, that is nearing its completion. This would be resources for that individual to immediately tap into to assist with this process.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, Mr. Dowd?
This is so important for us to recognize and publicize. And I've kind of made my notes in preparation for this meeting, but I've said we really need to have a active and public information program, which is the independent auditor in Santa Rosa Police Department, so that the public knows that's going on. The City Council Public Safety Subcommittee, that's going on, and our community forum dates. And then the other thing that's in our whole budget, which I said briefly at the beginning of this meeting, is there are additional funds potential that we are estimating at this point because we don't know exactly how things will roll out, but that's FEMA funds coming in, or California OES funds, or PG&E funds, federal state programs like CARES. And we really don't know yet for sure how the business tax and TOT and the other types of taxes, property taxes, et cetera, will flow towards the city as the economy recovers. So I support very much the way we're going with this, but we need to make sure the community understands that we're going to continue to evaluate and make adjustments, whether it's every month, every 2 months, 3 months, whatever. But that's so critical to us working our way through this, that the community knows what we're doing and we're not ignoring them. We want them to participate in it. Thank you.
Council, any other questions on this slide? Seeing none, let's continue.
Next up is Amy Reed, Director of Human Resources, for the next couple slides.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As you know, I'm Amy Reed, the Director of Human Resources for the city. And I'm pleased to present the next 2 slides to the Council this evening, showcasing the plan to enhance a citywide equal employment opportunity, diversity, and inclusion program. The additional budget request totals approximately $227,500 and does include the addition of 1 full-time employee. As mentioned, this plan will include the creation of 1 full-time classification specification entitled Equal Employment Opportunity and Diversity Officer, with an anticipated top step salary range of up to $125,000. This newly created management level position will change the way the City of Santa Rosa delivers equitable opportunities to all city residents, and it will also serve as the subject matter expert on diversity and inclusion initiatives across the city. The position will be responsible for many things, including the following. They will oversee the identification, development, implementation, and evaluation of proactive diversity initiatives across the city. They will develop learning programs that create and foster an open and inclusive environment. They will lead the development of a vision and effective strategy that champions the importance and value of a diverse and inclusive city government environment. They will be responsible for ensuring that job applicants are provided equal opportunity and that a diverse and qualified applicant pool is attracted for open recruitments. And they will serve as the lead for the city's current Diversity, Inclusion, and Engagement Council. Next slide, please. In addition to the creation of the new classification, the city intends to partner with consultants to provide guidance on implicit bias, and equity training throughout the city. We have a budget placeholder of approximately $40,000 for these various consulting projects. We also intend to create a strategic recruitment strategy for safety departments, which concentrates on diversity and inclusion in hiring practices. In conjunction with the fire and police departments, we will focus on 5 major categories, including the selection process, recruitment staffing, recruitment programs, communications, and data processes. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the inclusion of this position. Council, any questions for Amy? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. David Ewan speaking on this item. This item is to request for $802,500 to go towards engineering, plan check, and inspection professional services. This funding will augment the city's existing planning, engineering, and building division's baseline services to address increased permit activity, primarily housing permits, to ensure that additional permit fees that are collected are quickly put to work by moving the housing to completion. And to give some scale about the volume of housing that we're seeing right now, is that we have over 1,500 units in permit review today. Over the past 3 years, we've seen a continued trend of an increase in housing permits and production. This result has been the need to augment our budget and staffing to bring on consultant services with the additional fee revenue that comes in with those plans. And that's been averaging about $1.2 million a year. As you can see back in 16, 17, 17, 18, and 18, 19, we've been over $1 million. In 1920, we're estimating to reach close to $1 million again. Every year, we have to come back to council mid-year or some point in the year to make adjustments after the fact. This year, we're hoping to plan ahead. We've identified specific projects, including 813 multifamily units that will be coming in this year with fee revenue that we'll need to provide plan check and inspection support over and beyond what our current staffing and resource levels can manage with the expected turnaround times. So by adding this revenue into our professional services budget for a total of close to $1 million, we'll be in line with funding levels from previous years and in position to bring the consultant services on immediately and provide that flexibility to address these projects as they come in quickly. And based on our projections on what's coming in, an additional fee revenue that will come in with these projects will cover the cost of this additional ask over the course of the year. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this request.
Council, any questions? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Assistant City Manager, my only question really is with an $800,000 price tag to it, is it more economically feasible for us to hire a couple of additional permanent staff to meet the need, or is this something where once we have purchasable benefits that it actually pushes the cost out of our price range?
Yeah, it's multifolding. That's one of them that you just touched on, which is accurate. It does cost, we have to add on the full burden cost. But the other thing with development is that we try to maintain a baseline level of staffing resources. Development can change on a dime. It can jump up very quickly. It could drop very quickly. And the last thing we want to be is in a position of having to lay people off quickly if things start to turn. So during the COVID emergency, we expected that would drop off in terms of production. It didn't, but we were prepared to cut back on consultant services very quickly to reduce the budget and reduce the impact. So this consultant services really is that top layer buffer that we add on to give us a little bit of room and flexibility, but it's not guaranteed, and we can't guarantee it every year that it's going to stay at these levels.
Okay, you said 1,500 units are currently in permit review as of today?
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you. It's my understanding that when prospective developers file for permits, there's costs associated with it. And I'm wondering how those fees play into this request and your budget. Because I thought that a lot of your budget was to buy those things. And so just trying to piece it all together here.
Yeah, so we make assumptions in terms of what projects are going to come in, what the fee revenues are going to come in at the beginning of the fiscal year. And that's what budget we bring forward. We do anticipate that additional revenue is going to come in over and beyond what we expect. And when that happens, we add additional money to our consultant line item. So in general, if you can see on the slide, the current budget is $185,000. That's what our baseline consultant services has been for years. But back during the recession, when we didn't have any production happening, no fees coming in, we didn't add additional money for consultant services. But what we're seeing now is those fees do come in. We see a much more higher levels of fee revenue than we expect, even sometimes surprising us mid-year that we have to keep coming back asking for those fees to come back into the department to fund that service and produce to do that plan check. So really, it's an estimation every year, and the best thing we've started to spend time identifying, talking to developers who's going to come in which year, so we can anticipate that fee revenue, so we can then come ask council to allow us to have access to those fees. This is the first year that we've. Oh, I'm sorry.
So you're saying that if I'm a developer and I give you $100 in fees, it goes into the general fund, and then at some point you have to go and ask for it back, and that's sort of what we're looking at here.
Well, we anticipate that a certain amount of fee revenue comes in is going to cover the cost of the operation, or about 75% of it. We aren't 100% cost recovery, so typically we recover about 75% of our cost. But to your point, if a developer comes in that we didn't expect and we didn't plan for, that's additional fee revenue, additional work that we didn't plan on and didn't budget for. So yes, that money does go to the general fund. It is all general fund money. And then we would need to come back to council and ask for that money to be appropriated back to the planning department so that we can access that and spend that for the plan check review.
So to that point, then if I look at the 1920, or let's go back to 1819, I know it's an odd year because of the fires, maybe better to look at 1617. Does that include fire recovery, or do I need to go back to 1516 to get a year in here that doesn't have fire recovery?
No, none of this is fire recovery. This is all normal development. Fire recovery is a completely separate.
Okay, so if I go back to last year, so of the 987,000 and change, about 3/4 of that is generated from permits or fees associated therein.
Well, this is correct. Yeah, so this is actually additional fee revenue. So we anticipate anything over our standard-based budget is about 100%, pretty much 100% fee recovery. So I'm sorry if that's confusing, but basically our budget, the planning, economic development department, building, planning, engineering, we develop those budgets in a way that recoups about 75% of its cost.
Okay.
The cost here is additional consultant fees. These are additional revenues that are going to come in that we expect will be essentially one for one. So when we hire a consultant, we put that money right to a consultant and develop it, produce that service.
Okay. Thank you for explaining.
Any other questions from council? Mr. Goon, I have one. With this additional funding, what impact will it have on the time certainty of projects?
Our goal is to not fall behind, further behind. So this will keep us on track with what we've been doing. We do have to still, even with this, we still have to prioritize. We prioritize housing, and then above that, we prioritize affordable housing. So we are in the mode right now, based on the volume of plans that are coming in, we're prioritizing specific affordable housing over affordable housing at this point. And we go based on timelines for funding availability. We go based on the completeness and readiness. It's a constantly moving, shifting priority. We manage those priorities every week. But this funding will allow us to maintain at least the housing side of the priorities. Other projects such as cannabis facilities, restaurants, hotels, medical facilities, all those have to somehow fit in, but housing really is the true priority that we've been given, and that's what we put forward.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Ready to move on with the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Jason Nutt. I'm the Assistant City Manager of the Operations and Transportation Portfolio. Back in January, several members of the operations and transportation portfolio provided you with information about what it would take to shift our services from the Sonoma Clean Power's Clean Start program to Sonoma Clean Power's Evergreen program. On the high level summary, that's about $1 million a year difference, with 3/4 of that coming as a function of the enterprise fund with Santa Rosa Water and predominantly the regional treatment plant in additional costs and expenses. The remaining is 25% of that $1 million or $250,000 in general fund that would go towards increasing our service, increasing our performance in GHG emission reduction as part of the Evergreen program. Based on data that we received, that we would see roughly about a 50% reduction in GHG emissions relating to energy production and distribution. When we came to council in the study session in May, it was suggested by council that there was definite support in moving forward with the enterprise fund program. And there was a request for us to bring the general fund program back to council during this public hearing for further discussion. We do believe that it's appropriate, based on feedback from council, to continue to move forward with this. And that is the extent of the presentation for today on Evergreen.
Hey, Mr. Nutt, council, any questions for the Assistant City Manager? Seeing none, let's proceed. Thank you.
So Mayor and council members, I will continue with the presentation going into the capital improvement program budget. Again, this is Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager, Operations and Transportation Portfolio. We're going to work our way through some of the slides that we had previously. We've done our best to simply provide highlights of areas where we've changed or what we've done in reaction to comments made by council members during the May 19th study session. Next slide, please. One more, please. There you go. So projects come from a number of different places. We've gone over this before. We provide as much information as we can to define where we receive feedback and information that ultimately results in the identification of a project that would be incorporated into the planning function that becomes prioritized, and projects would then be selected based on that prioritization. We do have about $5 billion worth of city infrastructure that we're responsible for maintaining, and we incorporate all of these plans to help us determine which of those projects should be done in an effort to keep those facilities properly maintained and operational for the community moving forward. Next slide, please. Every year, the city goes through a process of identifying what our goals are relating to the capital improvement program and how we should prioritize. On February 25th, council provided feedback relating to the 2021 budget priorities. And in addition, we also get feedback from the Community Advisory Board. The way the Community Advisory Board does this is they go out into the public. In this particular case, they did 3 Wednesday night markets in downtown. They were supported by staff from Transportation and Public Works, as well as the Community Engagement Division, talking to community members to understand what it is that they believe is most important for us to invest in as far as infrastructure goes. In addition, the Community Advisory Board went forward to a couple of neighbor fests and provided feedback or received feedback from community members during those events. When they rolled all that information up, the top 3 items that came up for infrastructure priorities were pavement maintenance, bike lanes and facilities, and to improve and maintain existing park facilities. We then came to City Council as part of the budget study session on the 19th and received additional feedback from Council. On June 11th, we took the feedback from Council and the basic framework that we had established for the capital improvement program and requested that the Planning Commission evaluate that for consistency with the general plan. And then they did on the 11th ultimately make that determination. Next slide, please. This slide just kind of demonstrates what all how the funding sources is that come in relating to the $62 million of capital improvement program funds that we'll be utilizing this year. As you can see, a vast majority of this relates to the water enterprise, whether it's the water, local water or wastewater or regional, sub-regional plant. They take up a majority of our, or they comprise a majority of our funding. And other places we get money from would be Measure M, both from the parks measure, but also from the transportation measure. We get gas tax funds in a number of different forms, one of which, and we're happy that it was able to come through, is through SB1. And then we get development impact fees in the form of capital facilities fees and park development fees. Next slide. Relating to the 2021 proposed capital improvement program, this slide provides you with information about the specific projects that staff is recommending. We're looking at investment of $1.2 million of general fund to go towards ADA facility improvements. There are 6 projects that we've listed that we believe are important and in priority based on the transition plan that was done and continuous updates to that through investigation and evaluations. We also then are requesting $50,000 in the form of pre-design planning in the CIP. One of the issues that we came in as part of the recession was we rolled up the general government overhead that comes to the department, and it is now being distributed through the cost allocation plan to each of the projects as a function of staff's time being invested in delivering those. This has developed a significant increase in cost to our clients, our internal service clients. And as a way to support some of that, especially for the smaller project requests, Council has been providing us with $50,000 that we can offer to support those smaller projects without incurring or at least compensating the other department for those general government overhead funds. Over the last several years, we've spent time replacing all of our high pressure sodium streetlights with LED lights with high efficiency lighting. We believe we are finally at the end of that, and we're asking for a lesser amount in an effort to go to the next major issue that we're dealing with lighting, which is one of wood poles. Most of our wood poles have been in the ground for a significant period of time. We do not wish to replace wood poles with new wood poles due to the ongoing infrastructure requirements and operating costs. We've also identified, as we did in Fountain Grove during the Tubbs fire, wood poles are not sustainable during high fire events. And unfortunately, a number of our wood poles exist in the wildland urban interface. So it's our recommendation that we continue to fund at some level, in this case, $300,000, the ability to proactively go and replace those wood poles with steel or durable poles moving forward. $662,000 is being transferred from Sonoma County so that we can invest it in Roseland as far as pavement maintenance goes. And I'll talk about that here on the next slide, what we're doing for this upcoming year and what we'll be looking at doing for the next year. There are 2 hazard mitigation program projects that we've recently received good news on. The first one, which is the NOAA radios, our grant application was approved. The local match consists of $106,000, and we're requesting that council allocate those funds so that we can take advantage of the federal dollars coming in to help supply those local radios for the benefit of our community during local emergencies. The other is the weather stations. That project has also received not funding at this point or not approval at this point, but we're at a point in the process where they're asking detailed questions. And based on our experience, and when they get to that, when they start asking those questions, we're getting very close to an agreement where they will be approving those funds. And so we're asking to have council set aside the $47,000. That would be the local match for that particular project should it ultimately be approved. Next slide. So this year for Roseland, the annexation area, we're recommending we move forward with a slurry seal program. While this might not go into actual construction until next spring, early summer. This is a list of roads that we're looking at doing. These roads are generally considered in good condition. And the idea with the slurry program is to invest a reasonable amount of funds to keep those roads that are in good condition and in good condition in the future. And a slurry seal program is a very cost-effective method of investing to maintain those roads. We're looking at about just under 5 miles with a total square area of about 830,000. To give you an idea of what that looks like, the contract that was recently awarded by City Council for this year's slurry seal program was a $500,000 contract and incorporated about 12 miles of road and about 2.2 million square feet of area. So the proposal for Roseland is just under, or just over a third of that amount. And we would expect, hopefully, when we go out to bid this next year, that the cost will be consistent. Any additional funds above and beyond what we would be spending for this contract will roll into the following year's program. As you'll see when we get into the more detailed slides, there are funds currently existing from last year. We are going to combine all of those funds into a fairly significant pavement project. In order to get cost benefit, we do our best to try to consolidate as many funds as possible to maximize the benefit to the community. And so what we'll be looking at is about $1.5 million project going out on the street in fiscal year 21-22 that will rehabilitate a significant number of roads in that community, more in line with an overlay or total reconstruction. Next slide, please. Outside of the general fund, there are also capital improvement program projects in special funds. You'll see here there's 4 different funds that we collect: capital facilities fees, park development fees, parking funds, and stormwater enterprise. And these are funds that we look to invest this upcoming fiscal year. During the study session, I provide a detailed list of the various projects that are incorporated in here. For simplicity's sake, I rolled those up into major categories so you can kind of understand exactly how the funds are being designated or delegated to each of the various components of those categories. Next slide. In addition to those development-oriented funds, we also have funds relating to water. These are enterprise funds that come in that are being invested. As you can see, we've got 13.4 million going to the local water system, 12.3 to wastewater, and 7 million to the sub-regional. We broke down the various project types that are being incorporated there. And we think that this is a consistent level of investment that we've had over the last several years. And we believe that this continues a pace of our ability to be able to maintain that system effectively. Next slide. So what I just described for you was the proposal for the fiscal year 2021 budget, recognizing some of the fiscal challenges that have occurred over the course of the last several months. And based on feedback that we received from you and the information that Shelley provided you earlier in relation to our reserves, we moved forward with the development of a few alternatives or options that council may want to consider in an effort to defer or delay projects in the capital improvement program that could be where those funds could be placed back into at least stabilize some of the general fund reserves. And I'm going to do my best to walk through this, and then we can go into some questions on that later if you have them. As we talked about in the study session, there are 4 tiers of projects that currently have general funds. Again, these are projects from prior fiscal years where general fund was provided and these are the current balances, at least as of April, when we pulled the information out of our accounting system. Tier 1 are projects that are either regulatory, FEMA, designated or donated funds, projects that are currently in construction or projects that are complete that just haven't had their final invoicing. Tier 2 projects are projects that are underway where active work is starting to occur. Tier 3 projects are related to our ADA compliance and things that and work that we've set up for the current fiscal year, but work that has not yet necessarily begun. And so those funds are still sitting in the account. Tier 4 are funds that relate to hazard mitigation projects that we set money. We asked council to set the local match aside and appropriate that. But those projects never came to fruition. And so the funds are still available sitting there as part of that local match appropriation and can potentially be reutilized. And then the last is projects that have limited or no activity going right now. These are things that still may be critical for us to do at some point in time, but given the timeline of deliveries, it may not be important for us to hold those funds at this point in time. So what you see on the screen, we're going to talk about is option 1. So what we made an attempt to do was to maximize the amount of deferrals so that funds could be reinvested back into the reserves in as much as we believe would be humanly possible. Just as an overview on the bullets, it would recover all funds or all projects that are sitting in the Tier 4 category. It would recover all funds through projects in the Tier 3 categories. It would make some adjustments in the fiscal year 2021 budget, predominantly taking components that are discretionary for the city and leaving components that that are not discretionary based on the originating source of where those funds came from. And then lastly, there was a component of funds that was appropriated in response to the 2017 Tubbs fire that allowed the city to react quickly and smoothly to fund and continue operating some of the fire recovery projects. After that fund had been developed, staff has subsequently come forward and requested other additional appropriations for the specific projects. And while that fund balance does provide some flexibility, we do believe that it is an opportunity for us to allow that to go back into the reserves. So this ultimately turns into about a $10.6 million reinvestment back into the general fund reserve. In some cases, there may be requests coming to council during the course of the year because some of these activities relating to items that are incorporated in here might have to make some final adjustments during the course of that. But in essence, this would be funding that would go back to our reserve. If you could go to the next slide, please. Option 2, we tried to take a little bit more of a focused evaluation rather than simply cutting all of the Tier 3 and current fiscal year discretionary budget items. We made an effort to really look in more detail about what some of the projects were, what their value is, and with an eye on still trying to recover as much as possible that could be sent back to the reserves. And in this case, it would recover most of the Tier 4 fund balance. And in the subsequent slides, I'll describe for you why only most. It would make a suggestion, or it provides a suggestion based on comments that were presented by council during the study session that if we took and simply reduced the ADA proposal for fiscal year 2021 by 25%, what would that look like? And then it also continues to recover the city fire recovery balance. And in total is about $7.1 million back into the general fund reserve. Next slide, please. So now we're going to take each of those and we're going to compare them side by side with all of the projects that we've gone through. As you can see, the predominant component of fiscal year 2021, this is all of those projects and how they would match up, both for the current general fund proposal, but how that would relate as far as option 1 and how it would relate as option 2. If we go through, you'll see that in option 1, the proposal would be to defer all ADA projects. It would be to defer the pre-design CIP planning, and it would be to defer the wood streetlight pole replacements, but it would be to retain the Roseland pavement work and the 2 hazard mitigation projects, the one that has been already approved and needs the local match appropriation, and the other which is nearing the finish line, and it's just good in my feeling to be there ready for it. In the option 2, we add back a series of the ADA projects, and we add back the wood pole streetlight program to continue to be proactive in managing those assets into the future. That results in a deferred amount of $325,000 out of the current general fund CIP proposal. Next slide, please. Going into the existing accounts, these are all of the tier 1 through 4 projects. It does show that we have roughly $24 million in active critical projects. And you can see how each of those subcategories that we described in detail the last time break out. We're not recommending making any shifts or changes or deferral of any of those projects. Those are either well underway, they are critical safety projects, or they're part of our recovery program, which is a tier 1 priority for City Council. On the tier 2 projects, these are projects that are currently in process. Again, we believe that these are projects where contracts have already been awarded. Work is getting underway, if not already underway. And so of the $2.5 million that is already existing in those projects, we're not suggesting deferring any of those. When we get to the tier 3 projects, these are the accessibility projects. There's $875,000 within the current fund balance for projects that are nearing ready to go to construction. However, they have not broken ground yet, and we've halted work on them at this point so that we can have this discussion without having any consternation over having recently broken ground. In that case, what we're suggesting is that under option 1, eliminating the remaining projects that are here that have yet to get underway. Under option 2, however, these projects that were currently that are in the current program, those were higher priority than those projects that were being identified for this fiscal year and fiscal year 2021. And so the recommendation that we would have is we complete those projects before moving on to the current fiscal year projects. So in option 2, we're making the suggestion that we would not be deferring any of those at this point in time. In the tier 4, there are a handful of projects that we would make a recommendation, or under tier 4 in option 1, the suggestion is that all funds would be removed and all funds would be shifted back to the general fund reserve. Under option 2, we are making some recommendations, and one is that we retain the funds that were set aside as local match for the hazard mitigation program, and we retain some funds for projects that allow us to be to have quick responses to community complaints as they come forward. And I'll describe those in more detail. But you can see that ultimately, when you look at the deferred investment line items, under option 1, it's the 10.6. Under option 2, it's the 7.1. Next slide, please. So to give you some more detail about what we're suggesting under the option 2, we are looking at the accessibility projects and suggesting that because those are higher level priority than the ones for fiscal year 2021, that we continue to move forward with those projects and get those completed. Under the tier 4, the hazard mitigation projects resulted in about $828,000 of appropriated funds. There are 2 key projects that were identified in there that seem relevant as high safety and critical items for us to really consider. One of them is a vegetation management program, and one of them is the public safety building's emergency generator. The numbers in here for the vegetation management program was simply a placeholder. It was a placeholder as we continued to work with the fire department to better understand what that vegetation program might be. And on Thursday, Chief Gosner provided some information both to myself and to the city manager that outlined a strategy for a one-year vegetation management program. It provides a significant amount of investment dealing with public education, looking at additional outreach, trying to improve information on the website. It's really aimed at giving more information out to the community so that we can be better prepared for the next wildfire that comes available. And I know Tony is on the line at some point. If you have questions specifically about that, I'm sure he'd be happy to answer more questions about that specific program. The $187,000 for the public safety generator is the proposed project cost. And under the total, I'm sorry, let me step back. The vegetation management program that Chief Gosner outlined actually has a cost of $150,000 for the single year program. And so while I have listed 828, that encompassed the entire amount of the hazard mitigation grant program that we had appropriated. And we would not need that all for the vegetation management program, which would then allow us to potentially incorporate the public safety building emergency generator, which as many of you have heard over the course of the last 2 years, as we've been really looking at our facilities assessment, is in need of full replacement. It is being kept alive. It has provided benefit during the recent disasters. However, we've also felt the need to augment it with rented equipment in an effort to ensure that if it failed, we were able to keep that facility up and operational. And then I also mentioned 2 other items that allowed us to be more responsive. There were 2 particular projects under the Tier 4 that we've held money into, both the Neighborhood Streets Initiative and School PED safety projects. There's no defined project in any one of these 2 accounts. However, these are very quick, easy funds for us to get to if requests come in for a pedestrian ramp or signage or other products that we believe could benefit the general safety of the community that's looking like that has a concern about traffic safety in their neighborhood. And so those are the items that are the detail when you look at the difference between option 1 and option 2 under slide 46. And I'm happy to go into more detail of that if you like. The next slide, I'm going to turn back over to Shelley Riley, and she can describe for you how all of this rolls up.
So, okay, we have presented quite a few funding and reserve options to the council today. And so this slide just tries to summarize these options and the effects on the reserve levels. So we started with the general fund's estimated unassigned reserve amount at $19.2 million. And after subtracting the $18 million use of reserves for fiscal year 2021 budget, leaves us with a balance of about $1.1 million. The city again is targeting salary savings of $5 million for next year, which would increase the reserves to $6.1 million. If approved, the earlier 4 general fund budget requests would have a combined total cost of almost $1.5 million. And that would again leave the reserves at $4.6 million. And then Jason just presented the 2 CIP options, maximum deferral, leaving the reserves at 15.2 or a focused deferral at 11.7. And just to be clear, the fiscal year 2021 budget and the reserve amounts presented in this slide and earlier don't take into account any uncertain future costs for PSP events, wildfire events, or a second wave of COVID-19 costs. So at this point, we will take questions and turn it back to council for any questions on CIP or anything else you may have.
All right, thank you for that, Jason and Shelley. Council, any questions? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jason, I had 2 quick questions. One is just sort of a general budget. I know that both between Measure M as well as SB1, both of them had a maintenance of effort requirement for our roadways. I see that we're at about $8 million that we're spending there for pavement. What is our baseline number that we have to maintain? I would assume that the SB1 maintenance of effort is higher than the Measure M since it came later, but that hopefully you can fill us in.
Yes, thank you very much, Councilmember Rogers. The Measure M actually is the stricter of the two maintenance of effort categories. It requires that we maintain a 2% investment in our general fund and to maintain it. We've been averaging about 2.1%. The calculation does come from two specific keys in the Public Works Department relating to street maintenance, and we monitor it quarterly. And we shift staff appropriately in an effort to try to meet those numbers. And so that is one of the strategies that we've done. It will be challenging this upcoming year, given the number of positions that are currently being frozen and given the changes in potential investment. On the SB1 side, we have a little bit more flexibility because the qualifying activities are much broader. And it's much more similar to the original Prop 42 Prop 42 maintenance of effort from about a decade ago. And it does give us flexibility, and we don't feel we're in jeopardy of not being able to achieve that maintenance of effort goal.
Interesting. And just as a quick aside, for the proposed reauthorization of Measure M, does it still maintain that same 2% general fund maintenance of effort?
Last I had seen, it did maintain the maintenance of effort. However, it started to shift what the potential ramifications for not meeting it. Currently, the maintenance of effort is one relating to the entire measure. It doesn't necessarily relate to any one specific agency. And there are no punitive issues if any agency doesn't meet their maintenance of effort. With that said, the proposed measure starts to get more towards an area where they'll be restricting funds coming to a local agency. At least that was one of the recent proposals, is that they would limit funds coming if we were unable to meet our maintenance of effort for any particular agency. And they were also talking about doing it per agency as opposed to per the entire measure. So some of that information is still coming forward, but that's the most recent information I have.
Great, thank you. And then on the wooden street poles project, the $300,000, it looks like there's a all or nothing type approach to it. I know you want to be proactive about it, but how many of these poles are we currently changing each year? And if we were to not necessarily be proactive about it, but reactive as we need to change the poles, what would the cost per year potentially look like?
So if we've determined in the past we needed about $200,000 to catch up to the current knockdown situation. The $300,000 was definitely proactive. It is more than what we need on a minimum basis in order to keep a measured approach to replacing our wooden streetlights. You're right, I did propose an all or nothing, more for the standpoint of being able to have a discussion. But at this point, any investment towards replacing wooden streetlight is better than where we're at now. We struggle under our current staffing model to keep up with the number of knockdowns that are occurring and the number of failed wooden street poles. So we are continuing to have to monitor that on an annual basis.
And I would ask for a council member, can you define what proactive versus reactive means so that staff can assess what that legitimately assess for you that is?
Yeah, so I guess, and Jason, you can help translate a little bit for those of us who don't always speak public works. But I would assume that much of the $200,000 that you're talking about are either failed or critically endangered wooden poles where we see an immediate need to intervene. Is that correct?
It is. We're currently replacing about 4 poles a year based on highest priority and safety need.
Okay, so if we were to zero out that category and not put in the $300,000, and then a wooden pole outside of the city manager's house failed, how would we be able to fix that? Or what would the process be? Would you have to come to the council for a budget allocation at that point? Or is there some other way that we would deal with it?
So in general, council member, our knockdown program is underfunded, substantially underfunded. And so we make decisions based on priorities and safety. And that's really where it's based on. And you see a number of locations around the city where poles have been knocked down and not replaced. Those are areas where a decision has been made at this point in time that it is not the highest priority. It is something we are actively monitoring and working towards replacing. But we're having to make some decisions and some difficult decisions about which poles get replaced first. If it's urgent and we don't have funding in our current operating account, yes, we would be coming forward to council with a request for, and we would probably group a number of poles together in an effort for economic benefit.
Okay. And I do want to acknowledge we've spent the last couple of years, and you in particular, analyzing and figuring out what our deferred maintenance is. So I know how difficult it is for you to have this conversation where we're creating more deferred maintenance to try to survive the COVID crisis. And so I do want to acknowledge that. And for me, obviously, fire safety and health and safety projects are always things that we need to figure out how to fund. And this one might fall into that category to a degree.
Mr. Sawyer, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and I can't tell whether Mr. Nutt is going to like this question or whether he's going to hate me for it, but you did a lot of work in this analysis and these recommendations. Did you and your team come up with a list of must-dos?
For us, a must-do is what we identified under categories or under tiers 1 and 2.
And I figured you probably answered that, but when I'm looking at your presentation, I see, so this is what kind of confused me when you were giving your presentation. I see tiers 3 and 4. How are tiers 1 and 2 identified in your presentation?
Tiers 1 and 2 are identified as projects that are critical. They are safety projects. They are projects that relate to council's tier 1 priority of recovery.
Here they are. So active critical projects.
Correct.
And projects in process, but critical in tier 1 and tier 2.
So council member, we went through these in detail in May, but I provided them as part of Appendix A. If you scroll through the slide deck, you will see all of those projects listed out in detail. And when you start getting to some of the FEMA projects, there is more additional information that council asked us to provide relating to what's the status of reimbursement, where are we at as far as delivery of those. So we've done our best to provide detailed information about each of these tiered categories and what projects exist within them.
So what would be helpful for me, because I see on slide 46, and I believe that's the one that captures your tier 1 and tier 2, is slide 46.
Yes.
So what would be because they are in the same column in the GF proposal with the tier 3s and tier 4s, it would be, what is the total of tier 1 and tier, let's just start with tier 1 because they're active critical, because this is the way I'm looking at it. We are critical, even if we do nothing, we're critical. So doing something with these funds, having a good recommendation for some really, really important projects that clearly affects our bottom line in our city and how we stand today and how we're going to stand tomorrow. We don't really know what tomorrow looks like. what would be the most important thing for me to say yes to is the most critical, the most necessary, and then looking at the dollar amounts that we would be looking at spending. And when I look at that column, I don't just see tier 1 and tier 2 and then a total. And so I'm a little bit confused when it says tier investment totals 35 million. I'm looking for just a total of the tier 1 projects. And that's something where I would want to start, because I think we're spending money that we don't have. We would definitely be spending money that we don't have yet. That makes me really uncomfortable. I think that we are in a place that I've never been, and maybe the city has never been for decades and decades. I'm really uncomfortable kind of going anywhere past tier 1, because I'm not sure what the future holds, and it just makes me uncomfortable. And we can't do nothing, but in my opinion, I think what I would want to be able to tell the voters is that we did the most critical projects in this decision, and we only did the most critical projects. And that's kind of the number I'm looking for, is what is that what is the total, and then what do we have left, and that what we have left would shift to our reserves, which have never been depleted like this in my experience, and it scares the hell out of me.
So, Councilmember, I'd be happy to go through the detailed level of projects if you like. However, looking at slide 46, the bold numbers adjacent to tier 1, that does define the total amount under that tier. And each of the subcategories, the number immediately adjacent to it is the roll up or total of each of those subcategories. So if we look at just FEMA projects, there are about $14 million worth of FEMA projects. And those are projects that at this point are all underway. They are in process. We're awarding contracts on a weekly basis at this point. When we think about projects that are underway or complete, these are projects where we actually have contractors under contract, or projects are actively in design. Yes, we could pull back on those. However, we may find ourselves in some type of challenge relating to the contractual documents that we've signed with these contractors.
And that's not where I want to go. So I apologize for interrupting you. So I just want to be really clear. The italicized, those 4 projects that are italicized under active critical projects are, in your opinion, the most important, could be considered the most important projects today. What, if you take that 23 million, what is the balance then that would go to the general fund after the 23 million?
If you incorporated and deferred all projects under tier 2, in addition to the proposal that we've recommended under option 1, you'd be adding an additional $2.5 million. You would have a total of 13 million.
In our, that would be the balance. That's what we would. I mean, what goes back to our reserves after we spend 23 million, almost 24 million?
You would have, if what you did is only secured those tier 1 projects.
Yes.
Then you would be pushing $13 million back toward general fund reserves.
Okay, that was the, and that doesn't necessarily. So where does that doesn't show up on this sheet, on this particular slide anywhere? So does it show up anywhere?
It doesn't show up in that specific form.
Okay, that was it. I was thinking that I missed something, and that's really important information. I really appreciate that, and I think it shows it here in one form or another. Having that as a slide showing tier 1 expenditure balance moving to the reserves, and then as standalones so that I could get a really good sense of what's really important to you, which is really important to me to hear that, and then what is left at the end of those expenditures. And you just answered my question, and that was thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Nutt, for your presentation and your willingness to answer all of our questions around this stuff. I know that none of us are out there on a daily basis applying slurry seal or assessing for infrastructure, but it is one of the core functions of our city. I'm curious to know, I understand that, with the tier 1 things that there's really no benefit to us putting them off. But as it starts to drop below that, I wonder what, for example, the tier 2 projects, the projects that are in process, what the cost is to us of deferring those things. I'm imagining they wouldn't be so high if they weren't on a tier 2. And so what is the risk to us of delaying something that's on a tier 2 in your assessment?
So tier 2, for example, tier 2 includes the reconstruction of Fire Station 5 and the due diligence necessary to acquire the property from the current property owner. So if we deferred that, then we would not be moving forward with that project, and we would inform that property owner that we're not interested in acquiring the property at this point in time.
Would that, for example, compromise? I know that FEMA recently revisioned their assessment of how we might be able to qualify for funding and included wildfire. If we were to halt that, would that compromise our ability to petition FEMA for reimbursement on the rebuild of Fire Station 5?
Well, it would halt the construction of Fire Station 5 until such time we were able to identify another piece of property, or until we were able to identify funds to complete the due diligence.
Right, but what I'm trying to understand here is, would that compromise, would any of that halting or due diligence, is any of that necessary to secure the funding from FEMA?
It potentially is necessary for securing the funding, because what might happen is one of the things they had required of us is as a project. And so if we could do further looking at that, but I think that was one of the reasons it stayed in, was that they could potentially jeopardize what is the project. That's been one of the issues that we've wrestled with FEMA on that particular issue. And that's why we had to secure the property.
And so then to that end, Assistant City Manager Nutt, what is the current, so I'm imagining that on tier 2, are there additional projects besides Fire Station number 5, or are we just talking Fire Station number 5?
There are. If you'd like to go into your slide deck to slide 57, that specifically outlines all projects that are incorporated in tier 2.
Okay, but Fire Station number 5 is the lion's share of it. Do we have any? Do we have any others that are necessary or are related to securing FEMA funding for rebuilds on that list?
No, that is the only project relating to FEMA.
Okay, so yeah, that would be my question, is that, that as we go down this list, that if we're looking at rebuilds and that remains a council priority, that we consider that, and I'll hold my comments for later. The other question I had is, I imagine, but I don't know, that for projects in process, that there's less flexibility. It's probably unlike other, types of services. Would it be possible, since we are going to have a goal setting and we're going to have a review of the budget, a goal setting in 6 weeks and a review of the budget in 12 weeks, where we'll have a lot more information about our sales tax, would it be possible for the council to, let's say, green light tier 1 plus, the FEMA related projects in tier 2, and then give you further direction then? Or is it too onerous and difficult for you to parse that out?
I will have to confer with the attorney's office on those couple of projects that have contracts. There are a couple in here that are currently under contract, and I'd have to determine with them what the implications might be. It could put us into a default setting. with those contracts, and I just need to understand what that means.
I mean, sorry to interrupt, but my assessment in general is that we always look at the cost to do something, but it sounds like from what you're saying that there can be significant costs for us to not doing something. And so when you bring this back to us, what would be especially helpful for me would be a sort of a dual column of like where, there could be things that are neutral or things that are going to actually cost us something, whether it's defaulting on a contract or we're going to incur significant deferred maintenance expenses, so that we can look at this from both a short-term finance and a long-term finance, because we are dealing with so many unknowns right now. And I do believe that in 3 months, we're going to know more. And in 6 months and 9 months and a year, we'll know even more. And there's just a changing. I can see that Sean wants to say something.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that, Vice Mayor. I think the issue a little bit with Tier 2 is exactly that there was going to be a huge amount of staff analysis that needed to go in to understand exactly what you were talking about. And that's why we had Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects. There are some things that we might be able to look at in Tier 2, but it was going to require additional research, create challenges, create work issues for the city attorney's office. And with everything else that the city was wrestling with, that's why Tier 1 and Tier 2, you could give us a direction as you suggested, Vice Mayor, to say, look at those Tier 2 and this type of criteria. We can come back in the future and analyze it. And you could say, if there's going to be that cost issue, proceed with the project. Our intent with all of these projects would be come back in September anyway and say, here's what we delayed. Here's where we sit fiscally. What is the council's intention around this? So we're just trying to get some guideposts, but I think back to Councilmember Sawyer and Vice Mayor's question, we're looking for direction. There is complication here, but that's the big difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is Tier 2, there was potentially some room to do work, but there may be some challenges as well.
Okay, so hopefully the mayor won't have a problem with me just stating this much, which is that I'm not interested in creating a whole body of work for the legal team or for public works. What I am interested in would be, because Lord knows we have a lot going on, and getting to the granular level on each of these things may not be nearly as important as saying, this is the stuff that really stands out as being problematic if we postpone it, and that's what I'm looking for. So if that could be without an in-depth legal analysis, just saying these things are going to cause us trouble if we put them off, and it's not an insignificant amount, that would do it for me. I don't need a whole bunch of case law and contractual analysis to make that determination.
And that's why I think there was a Tier 1 and a Tier 2. We wanted to provide some ability for council to say, maybe take a closer look at Tier 2 projects, come back with us with this more detailed work.
I think that Tier 2 is really where, I'd fall on looking for some analysis if I was going to decide now, but I'll be listening to what other members of the council and the public have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Dowd.
Well, I think you all recognize that I spent a great deal of my career working on these kinds of things as a general engineering construction contractor and also then as a developer. And I have to say that I look at the bigger picture here and the work that has been put into this analysis, and I am deeply impressed with option 2, the focus deferral. Looking at the bigger picture, I see that in the analysis on slide 48, that we get back to about 50%, a little more than that, of our unassigned reserves in 1 year. And if we were to do a similar thing in the second year, depending upon how things flow forward, we would be back to status quo. And the reason for me being in favor of option 2 is because out of experience, I recognize that the costs that a project costs today could be significantly more in 3, 4, 5 years, because as infrastructure deteriorates, the cost of repair quadruples or so. So I see a focused deferral as exactly the course that the city should take. And then when you add in what City Manager Glenn said about these things may come back to us as we go forward, where the Public Works Department sees, oh, this one is jumping up, it's causing us more problem, and move that into a due and take something off as a deferred project. But this, to me, is the kind of attack that we ought to have with option 2 and get us back in a reasonable period of time to the reserves that this city council and staff put a great deal of effort in to reach.
Mr. Sawyer, do you have another question?
I'm just going to make a comment. I very much appreciate the Vice Mayor's recommendation on Tier 2, looking at what some options there. I'm looking for options, and I'm looking for recommendations, and I'm looking for compromise. And I think that there are some Tier 2 projects that, for a variety of reasons, would be important to go forward with. So, as much discomfort as I have about our current fiscal status with our reserves, I think that I'd be very interested to have some further conversation around the Tier 2 projects.
Happy to make that happen.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Council, any additional questions? Seeing none, Mr. City Manager, does that conclude the budget presentation?
It does conclude the budget presentation.
Okay, we're going to take our final break for the evening. We'll reconvene at 8:45. And again, as I mentioned a couple times earlier today, this meeting, I think we're going to have plenty of public comment. We will be ending at 10 o'clock p.m. tonight and reconvening at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So we will take a recess until 8:45. Thank you. Okay, Madam City Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to the meeting. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd,
Present.
Councilmember Tibbetts,
Present.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rogers,
Here.
Councilmember Oliveris,
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Okay, I am going to be opening the public hearing. We are now taking public comment on item 15.2. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam City Clerk and host, would you please take over from here?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, the first public comment will be heard from Nelson, followed by Samra. Nelson, I've enabled your speaking permissions. One moment, please. Nelson is, hand is lowered. Nelson, if I inadvertently lowered your hand, I apologize. You can get back up in the queue. There he is. One moment. Okay, Nelson, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do.
Okay, please identify yourself for the record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Good evening. My name is Nelson. I'm a resident of the Gordon Cooper neighborhood in Santa Rosa. I want to provide comment because I am absolutely appalled that the city somehow always seems to lack funding for important issues like addressing the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis, but always seems to have money for the police department. I understand that this original budget was proposed prior to the uprising that we are now witnessing. But I am just absolutely disgusted that after all that you have heard and all the excessive force that we have seen Santa Rosa PD use, that you continue to push forward with a proposed budget that increases SRPD's budget. I'm not asking you to eliminate the SRPD budget, not asking you to eliminate the department as a whole, but what I am asking you is to amend the proposed budget to eliminate the $2.5 million increase and to invest that in services that will help the community. If SRPD is able to function, meet Measure O baseline, and shoot rubber bullets and tear gas at us with $59 million, they don't need an additional $2.5 million, especially since they are already over Measure O's baseline by 1.4 million, as was noted in the presentation. You therefore cannot hide behind Measure O as the reason for the increase, since that measure specifically allows for lower than baseline funding with 6 affirmative votes. Just 6 of you need to agree that SRPD is overfunded, but with 2 former cops on the council, the mayor and council member Oliveris, I don't see that happening. But I also just want to say that if you do vote to fund the SRPD at the proposed amount, you are affirming what is being said at the protests worldwide. All cops are bad cops. Listen to the community and don't blindly give SRPD a handout, even for non-violent positions like Vice Mayor seem to allude at. Let's first have those discussions before we give them a handout. I'm really heartened, really distraught that I can't believe that I'm here practically begging you to invest in our communities, invest in the communities that have historically been victims of policing, victims of white supremacy, and historically underinvested. Please do not increase the SRPD funding by the $2.5 million. As you've seen, there's a lot of capital improvement projects that need to be done. we can redirect some of that money from SRPD to those capital improvement projects. Please instead redirect and reallocate those funds to address the council's priority items. I yield my time.
Thank you, Nelson. The next public comment will be from Samra, followed by Terry. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Hello?
Hi, Samra. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Samra, and I would like to comment on the earlier police budget that had been discussed. So with the mayor and with one of the, Chris Rogers, I believe, one of the representatives, we discussed the budget, and over the Zoom, you all discussed potential measures for law enforcement. Potentially, we could employ the use of social workers. It was a bit of banter. Yet you are going to approve the police budget the day before you talk with people on the Zoom. I believe that students are pushing to have SRPD removed from their schools. And you're going to approve the budget before you do this, before you engage with public comment on this. That is honestly disgusting. You go ahead with this, say that you're entertaining the community, and then like you may or may not amend the budget. I heard that certain council members had said, oh, we can make changes. But like fundamentally, you're still approving this budget. You do realize that. And I recall Chief Navarro during his presentation, like an hour ago, I believe, he mentioned that there was a, what's it called? A transparency page on the police. However, earlier we had mentioned time and time again, many people had mentioned through public comment about the police's disregard for the community, the police's disregard for many peaceful protesters that had almost been run over, and their Nixle report. Yet Chief Navarro wants to continue this 19,000 Nixle contract and then claim that he has transparency within the community, and then claim that the police are serving and doing their job. And yet you still want to fund this without actually making any official changes to the structure of the police system. You've heard us, but that's all you've done. Heard us. You're still going to approve the budget under the same exact structure, despite the fact that it may or may not be changed slightly. It's still that structure. All I've heard is talk of potential change, but nothing solid and official. I urge the entire council to push the decision on 15.2 after the community has the opportunity to drop in, and after you make some official changes or agree on some official means to restructure the police. And yeah, and as the mayor mentioned, he asked Chief Navarro, hey, what exactly do the police respond to? Can I get a list of the different types of calls? Yet we don't have that list yet, and you're still going to go ahead and approve this budget. I urge you all to reject the passing of item 15.2, reject and re-examine it. Thank you.
Thank you, Samra. The next public comment will be from Terry, followed by Margaret. Terry, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Hi, Terry. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello. My name is Terry Wolf. Sitting here tonight and listening to a number of things in this budget presentation, but especially listening to Police Chief Navarro and the way that this council responded has been incredibly difficult. There seems to be an effort to politicize this by writing this letter to the community, and yet, on the other hand, to act exactly opposite of that letter. This budget shows where the priorities of Santa Rosa are. I understand that there are some limitations in the way that this council can act, but to allow this glut of the police budget to move forward without any real limitations and without addressing the systemic problems in our community, both towards people of color and towards women, is unconscionable. There are ways to change the culture in the police and to de-escalate that are evidence-based. The quickest way is to have more women, more than 50% women on the police force from the top down. And if this city council is serious about making changes, then I call for you to remove the police chief and replace them with a woman of color and start making these changes immediately. We will not take lip service in this community anymore. I yield my time.
Thank you, Terry. The next public comment will be from Margaret, followed by Danny. Margaret, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Margaret?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, is this Margaret Smith?
Yeah.
Okay, Margaret, please identify yourself for the record, and your time starts now.
Great. Hi, my name is Evan. I'm a resident of Sonoma County and Santa Rosa. So Mayor Tom and Councilmember Ernesto, I'd like to address you both because I know that you are both former police officers. This also goes to the rest of the city council members and everyone else. I would first like to question, do you condone the excessive use of tear gas and rubber bullets used on members of your city, specifically those under the age of 25 and specifically minors? What ways will you repair the physical damage done to your constituents' bodies? What financial reparations will be given to Marcus, Red Bear Martinez, and others who were physically hurt in life-altering ways at the hands of the Santa Rosa Police Department? And does the City Council support opening an investigation on the police force's excessive use of force? What steps will the City Council take to prosecute Police Chief Navarro and the Santa Rosa Police Department for their excessive use of force? Are you in full support of the defunding of Santa Rosa Police Department and reallocation of the city budget further than just refusing issue number 15.2? And if not, do you know how to file for unemployment? We know who's up for re-election and we are prepared to vote you out. In the past month, the police have demonstrated their disregard for our community. They do not serve or protect our city, they terrorize it. What steps will you on the City Council take to the defunding of Santa Rosa Police Department and the reallocation of their egregious budget into housing, social work, and other community goods? If major metropolitan cities like San Francisco are able to implement steps into defunding their police force, what is stopping Santa Rosa? And I'd also just like to add on how disgusting it was to hear Police Chief Navarro speak on the inadequate treatment of rape kits while there's direct funds going to tear gas and rubber bullets, which are inflicting just direct life-altering pain on our community without doing any good. So I would like to further that to pressure for his resignation and prosecution because the notes on the rape kits is definitely a human rights violation, and I hope Police Chief Navarro and the rest of the City Council members are sick in their treatment of the police and reject issue number 15.2. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. The next public comment will be from Danny, followed by Anandi. Danny, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Hi, Danny. Please identify yourself for public record and confirm you can see the timer on the clock.
I can see it.
Thank you. Your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Danny Brown. I'm a Santa Rosa resident, and I wanted to make my opposition to the proposed budget very clear. The increase to SRPD funding is completely unacceptable. The police budget should be lowered at an absolute minimum to the Measure O baseline, with the freed up funding being directed towards mental health services and affordable housing. Paying the police department over baseline while Santa Rosa residents are suffering from homelessness and mental health problems is an insult to the community. Santa Rosa should be investing in areas that reduce crime and suffering, not allocating city budget excessively towards an already overfunded police department, who are at best reactive to crime and at worst an active threat to the most vulnerable segments of our community. SRPD should be able to ensure emergency services even with a significantly well under baseline reduced budget. Regarding Mr. Sawyer's earlier comments about the challenges of changing who responds to police calls, while changing the nature of law enforcement in Santa Rosa will require creativity and poses challenges, it's very important to remember that the cause of public outcry and the drive for change is that the current situation is completely untenable. Things cannot be allowed to continue as they are just out of a sense of inertia. Removal of Chief Navarro would be a very good start, but much more needs to be done. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Danny. The next public comment will be from Anandi, followed by Jorge. Anandi, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Yes, and I am aware of the timer.
Thank you. If you can please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time starts now.
Anandi from Santa Rosa, California. In some countries such as Iceland, Ireland, New Zealand, Norway, and the UK, police do not carry firearms unless the situation is expected to merit it. If you pull up the data set of police correspondence for 2019 on the Santa Rosa Open Data website, the first page is comprised of nonviolent incidents. Items such as tow requests, traffic stops, disturbance reports, and other nonviolent matters seem to make up the majority of police calls. If police can peacefully detain mass shooters, why is there a need for guns in situations that do not require their use? How much money has gone to tear gas, plastic pellets, and riot gear that was used in peaceful Santa Rosa protests? Too much. In 2017, I was rear-ended by a driver. I was hesitant to call the police because the driver was Black, and I knew the fear and discomfort that police officers have historically caused the Black community. My passenger called anyway, and one squad car pulled up. The man who had hit my vehicle was being calm and cooperative. I got all the information I needed from him, and yet another cop car showed up. Me and my passengers remained at the corner for a while to make sure everything was safe. Did we need 2 cop cars for that call? No. Have I seen numerous traffic stops with multiple police vehicles present for one person? I have, and on multiple occasions. Usually the detainees were minority, homeless, or both. Armed or not, there is no need for a team of people to arrest one person. I can conclude here that there is an excess amount of officers needing something to do. I recommend consideration of redistribution and retraining of some of these officers to the fire department, especially since preparing for fire season in Sonoma County has become a norm. I am one of many who believe in a new ideal of public safety. In the history of SRPD, line of duty deaths total 2. Detective Mary Lou Armour on March 31st, 2020 from COVID-19, and Chief of Police Charles O'Neill on June 15th, 1935 from gunfire. On the contrary, SRPD has shot and killed Salomon Hernandez in 1997, who had no firearm, Todd E. Dieterle in 2000, also unarmed, Richard DeSantis in 2007, unarmed, and teen Andy Lopez, unarmed in 2013. This list does not include everyone who has been racially profiled or harassed by the police. How is it that the vast amount of money being put into a source that does not protect and serve all of our residents? As I previously stated, reallocation of funds to areas such as housing, education, mental health, and the very community that is Santa Rosa. Has anyone ever questioned why the Black population in Santa Rosa is 2.5%? This area is not welcoming to Black people. As a native resident of Santa Rosa, I didn't realize how unwelcoming Santa Rosa was until I attended college in a city where minorities thrived and the city supported it. There are many changes the city needs to undergo. Listening to the residents and investing in the community would be a start. Thank you.
Thank you, Anandi. The next public comment will be from Jorge, followed by Colin. At this time, I do want to take the opportunity to remind members of the public that you have one opportunity to speak during the public hearing item. So if you have already spoken, please lower your hand. Jorge, I'm going to enable your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Yes, it's unmuted.
Thank you, Jorge. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
All right. Hello, City Council. My name is Jorge Inocencio. I'm a lifelong Roseland resident and a candidate for Santa Rosa City Council. I'm speaking today to encourage the City Council to cut the budget for the police department by 10% and to redistribute those funds to support services and departments that increase equity in our communities. As it stands, the current budget greatly overfunds the police department. Comparing the proposed budget to 2012's police budget makes this very clear. In 2012, the budget for the Santa Rosa Police Department was $43 million, which in 2020 dollars is roughly $48 million. That budget supported 245 FTEs and provided roughly 128,000 calls for service. At the time, the population of Santa Rosa was 177,000, or about the same as it is today. Now let's compare those numbers to today's proposed budget. Today, the proposed budget is $67 million. That is a 40% increase since 2012. This budget will support 260 FTEs, which is only a 7% increase since 2012. This budget will also provide roughly 138,000 calls for service, or it has provided in 2019, which again is only an increase of about 7%. Even when adjusted for inflation, between 2012 and 2020, the police budget has increased by 40%. Yet, the Santa Rosa Police Department has increased service and staffing by only 10%. I asked the council to consider, why is it taking 40% more funds to provide a 10% increase in department size and service? The City Council needs to take a closer look at this budget. They should reduce the police department budget. We know that this will require a 6 of 7 council vote, but the council should take this vote to show the community that the council is following its rhetoric about police reform with real action. If the council is unwilling to take this vote, then at the very least, it should cut the $1.4 million needed to maintain consistency with Measure O. That money would be far better used to fund violence prevention programs than the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. The next public comment will be from Colin, followed by Carla. Colin, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Colin Metcalf. I was born and raised in Santa Rosa. I've lived here pretty much all my life. And I just have to say that I'm going to be really disappointed if you go ahead and approve this budget. It was honestly shocking to be looking at the budget and see police department with $67 million and homeless services with $3.3 million. I think we are in a position where we can reevaluate our priorities and put money where it matters. I do not think that with $67 million, the police department can, or Police Chief Navarro can come and tell us that they don't have the money to test rape kits and that there may be some lying around, but he doesn't know. There's no excuses for that kind of behavior. There's no excuses for having people living out on the street on a fund of $3.3 million when $4.5 million is going through Measure O to fund beat cops who will go around and harass people of color and people without homes. That to me is not public safety. I would ask you to look at both of these budget issues, Measure O and the budget at large, and see where you can redirect funds, because I can guarantee you there are much better ways to use that money than just increasing the number of police on the streets. I was in protests in Oakland and I saw firsthand how violent things got there. And I have to say, I was also very disappointed to see when I returned to Santa Rosa. I thought, you know, like it's a much calmer place, like things are going to be handled better. It's a smaller community, so we're going to try to come together about this. And to see riot police coming out on the streets of Santa Rosa and tear gassing and attacking peaceful protesters, I don't know. I think the police chief needs to answer for that, and the police department does as well. And I think they can do without some of that money. And I hope you agree with me. And if you don't, then we'll find someone who has a spine, who will stand up for our community, because right now you're not. So I ask you to reject the budget, move money from the police department somewhere else from Measure O. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Colin. The next public comment will be from Carla, followed by Roman. Carla, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Thank you, Carla. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Terrific. You can, if you so choose, please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Carla Viking. I am a mother and longtime resident of Santa Rosa. I would really like to urge the council to not approve this budget. I appreciated what the mayor had to say about having continued talks in August, and I will be joining the chorus of voices for those talks. But in the meantime, we should not approve this budget. That will show that there's actually action behind the lip service. The fact that the police department is asking for an additional $2.5 million right now is astounding. We just had to listen to the assistant manager explain all these options for cutting infrastructure things to save a little bit of money here and there. Meanwhile, apparently the police can have this huge inflated budget. I understand that there is tons of red tape and that Measure O is part of it, but there is no way that we should see any increase in the police budget right now, especially during these times. And my understanding is that quite a bit of this increase is going to things like benefits, which would include pensions. And since 2 of our council members are beneficiaries of police pensions, I find it upsetting that they're the ones making these decisions. And I think that that needs to be pointed out. So I really, really appreciate that you're listening and that you want to have more dialogue, but please put action behind the lip service. Please push for stronger controls of police brutality in Santa Rosa. Tear gas, rubber bullets, they're totally unacceptable. Riot gear, unacceptable. Please, please, please put your money where your mouth is and do not approve this budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carla. The next public comment will be from Roman, followed by Saba. Roman, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay.
And can you please confirm you see the timer on your screen?
Yep.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi guys, Roman again. I missed you so much. A lot of our frustration right now, I think, is stemming from the allocation of the budget suggested through the community empowerment program or even discussed. A lot of us think the police are overfunded. That's one of our main platforms. And before you begin officially listening to us through this program you've created, you're already instituting a planned budget for them. Police have been given too much responsibility outside of their expertise. In my experience, they have never de-escalated a situation, and I've dealt with a lot of cops in my life. And if you don't understand that anxiety and that PTSD that a lot of us experience, even when with something as little as them passing by on the road, then good for you. But if somebody is having a crisis and has a heightened sense of alarm, and they're becoming emotional, and then they're further triggered by the sight of a uniformed officer instead of someone with skills dealing with what they're going through, it's ridiculous. They should not be dealing with mental health crises and homelessness issues, nonviolent mediation, just to name a few. Not even mentioning, frankly, they're over-militarized. They've completely reacted to the initial protests, but we've all heard this before. I know the police department will survive on less than $67 million. I'd like to see something set aside and put on reserve for these ideas that come up in these community listening sessions through the community empowerment program set to begin soon, especially a program that functions in the same way as CAHOOTS, the crisis assistance helping out on the streets that I brought up on agenda item 13. I've started a dialogue with them, the management.
of cahoots, and hoping to get more information on where they get their funding, what their community resources look like. And I hope that you council members look into this as well and utilize it. I think it's a strong way for you to show that you're listening to us by rejecting and re-examining this budget with progressive community programs like that in mind. At the very least, I'm asking you to postpone this budget vote until we've exhausted all those routes to be taken, readdressed Measure O, and had talks about the officers on campuses, at least till after the first community listening session occurs, where we've all had more time and like a true public dialogue to rethink the role of policing in the community. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Roman. The next public comment will be from Saba, followed by M. Saba, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Unmuted.
Thank you. Can you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Saba Mengestab Hagos Gabre. Those are the names of my ancestors. I'm the daughter of immigrant parents who immigrated here from Eritrea, and I am someone who has been a victim of police brutality, racial profiling, and I am someone who supports the defunding and the removal of Chief Navarro. So defunding the police should be a priority. As many people said before me, they are overly militarized. Their tactics are wrong and oppressive, and we should reallocate the funds to the people who are homeless, to educational institutions, in addition to those who are historically oppressed and systems impacted, who are mostly people of color, low income, and folks who have been impacted by systemic inequities in Santa Rosa and largely in the U.S. I also want to add that I think it was Mr. Sawyer. If you're a council member, I think that you should resign personally. I think what Vice Mayor Fleming had pointed out in regards to hitting all the points and calling out the chief of police about their budget and reallocating funds to integrate social workers and mental health professionals into the PD intervention strategies. I thank her for calling out for more community-based practices to protect us, to protect people of color, to protect my family and my community members who the Santa Rosa Police Department have systematically targeted. And there's facts out there that also sustain what I'm saying. I think that as a mental health counselor myself and as a professional, we are way more trained than police officers in handling crisis and non-crisis situations. Okay, we have master's degrees, we are certified counselors, and I believe the minimum education is a high school diploma for a police officer. I think council members who I've learned who have been former police officers have fragile egos, and they're supporting the systemic racism that is pervasive and insidious to our society. So essentially, we should look to community-based practices. I think the community empowerment plan is, like someone else before me said, is a good step forward. However, it's a Band-Aid fix to the response to protests, to police brutality, and it's not a part of the general funding. Why is it a one-time request? Why is it only $150,000? Why is it that we don't have a community engagement director position filled? Why is there no police auditor position filled? Why did you criticize the last police auditor? Why are you putting...
Thank you, Saba. Your time has ended. You're going to move on to the next public commenter, M, followed by Sean. M, I've enabled your speaking permissions.
Hi, can you hear me?
Thank you. I am resetting the timer. Do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay, please identify yourself for public record
if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Okay, I hope there's not a feedback loop on here. Please let me know if there is. My name is Emma Linford. I am a mom and a rape survivor, and I have extensive background with the mental health community. I have so much to say in 3 minutes, but what I want to say is that this system is broken, and it's not just broken for the people of color. It's not just broken for the mentally ill. It's not just broken for the homeless. It's broken for the police officers as well. I think that it's absolutely ridiculous that they get mere weeks of training and are expected to handle such an unimaginable load with maturity and composure of someone with years of education. I live in a low-income housing development, and earlier this year, one of my neighbors who is a man of color had a psychological breakdown, and I tried to call the mental health, the mobile mental health team, and was told that they did not have the funding to be available to come and help him right now. I had a young baby who was a few months old. I couldn't go and help him, and someone ended up calling the cops. And so men with firearms came out to try to de-escalate someone who's in the middle of a psychosis episode. Why is that even something that that police officers are expected to handle? That is so outside of their level of training. To be able to handle that in a way that is not only nonviolent, but is helpful to the person it's just frankly not possible. We need this. I do not approve this budget, and this is not going to change. We are not going away. The protests are not going away. We're going to change this, whether it be in November when we vote or right now. But we do not support this increase in budget. We, in fact, want to decrease the police budget. We need more funding for mental health. We need more funding for social services. We need more funding in the Black and Brown communities. We need more funding for homeless. This is not going away. We are not going to be quiet. Thank you very much for listening. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Em. The next public comment will be from Sean, followed by Casey. Sean, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and there is a timer on your screen, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Sean Jezewski. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. I'm calling to defund the police. I do not think we should approve the budget as proposed. I think it is disgusting that we can't process rape kits, and you're talking about increasing the police budget. Some history about Sonoma County. Andy Lopez was killed in 2013 by Eric Gelhaus. Eric Gelhaus was a cop who served 24 years in the police department. To put that in perspective, our mayor retired after 30 years, and Councilman Olivares retired after 32 years. So he was a mature cop. He was an Iraq war vet, and he was a firearms instructor for 10 years. This cop was a pro. He had all of the training. He gave the training, and he killed a child in our community. The system is broken. Defund the police. Other cities are doing this. Minneapolis is doing this. Sacramento has a mental health line. Oakland is calling for 50% of the budget to be slashed and implementing the Black New Deal. In Eugene, Oregon, they have a program called Cahoots, where local community members handle mental health calls. In 2018, they handled 20% of all the police calls, and their budget was $800,000. There is no excuse for not defunding the police. Defund the police. We will not forget who opposes this. We will vote you out if you do not defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you, Sean. The next public comment will be from Casey, followed by Eric. Casey, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Hi, Casey. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do, thank you.
Okay, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Sure, my name is Kevin Carducci. I'm a resident in the West End neighborhood. And as you've been hearing a lot, modern policing depends on outdated model of enforcement that criminalizes addiction, poverty, mental illness, and disproportionately puts people of color and our most vulnerable citizens at risk. Put simply, there's no reason from a public health perspective to have police enforcing low-level nonviolent crimes and confronting citizens on the street who would ordinarily pose no harm to the public good. I lived for a time in Eugene, Oregon, and a few people have mentioned cahoots up there. Eugene is a city similar to Santa Rosa in size and social makeup. Eugene has a crisis of homelessness that parallels our own town. For 30 years, cahoots has been around, and Eugene Police Department has partnered with them, and cahoots will handle their 911 calls and dispatch highly trained social workers, therapists, addiction counselors, those types of folks, as first responders to aid vulnerable community members in times of crisis. Though vastly underfunded itself, cahoots has demonstrated the positive impact this type of approach can have by reducing the number of calls police officers are expected to handle and replacing the role of an enforcement responder with specialists who are trained and equipped with the tools and social skills to de-escalate tense situations and address the reality of mental health crises. In 2017, cahoots responded to about 17% of the 911 calls within the Eugene area. And Mr. Sawyer expressed some skepticism about social workers responding to calls, but less than 1% of these calls that they responded to required police intervention. And the police are there when they need them. This approach saved the Eugene Police Department an estimated $8.5 million each year from 2014 to 2017. I'm heartened to see that our leaders are taking input from the citizens into consideration, but we need action more than words. We should overturn Measure O. We should invest more in community programs like cahoots. Or if overturning Measure O is unrealistic for political reasons, at least cut the $1.4 million that you're increasing the police budget. Since social service first responders will reduce the number of calls officers respond to, these services will actually save the department money. So the police budget seems like a reasonable place to start. I appreciate the time and energy you invest on behalf of our city, but I do expect council to rise to the moment and pass a budget that restores trust in our community leadership. My vote and the votes of countless others will be following the dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. The next public comment will be from Eric, followed by Lily. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you very much. This is Eric Frazier again from Santa Rosa. So first off, I want to say that even though I'll be critical about the budget and the budgeting process, I want to make it clear that I don't have any animosity towards our public servants, whether they're working in various city departments or in the police department. I appreciate their work, and I want to hold them to their level of professionalism, and if they're managers, certainly to a level of accountability. I have a jovial and respectful relationship with people, and I want that to maintain. However, looking at this budget is incredibly embarrassing. It really is symptomatic of the systemic problems that we have in the city. Certainly with everything that police has been through over the last couple of years, one might say that the average police employee is valued at 7 to 8 times the average income of the residents that they serve. Okay, I'm not sure, but okay. But yet, when I look at the police department and knowing that I'm trying to follow the the accounting and the transparency that come with certain programs, like for instance, Ironman, where we know that the impacts to the city to host the for-profit event were more than $59,000 that they disclosed. And I see in the budget, there's a line item for contract services of $500,000. This gets more to where we see the predicted actual expense of hosting this event. So within the Economic Development Department, as well as other departments that I've interfaced with, what we do see is a propensity to hide information, to not make it transparent, to not be accountable to these expenses and processes. Secondly, the budget itself is a mess. We don't know the impacts of COVID, and this budget is certainly not conservative enough. Third, when it comes to the policing crisis, we have to take action now to reformulate our approach to getting services to our residents. Too much money is spent within the construct, whether it's the administration staff, and there's very little money actually going back to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Next public comment will be from Lily, followed by Galaxy S10e. Lily, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Lily. Do you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Lily. I've been consistently protesting peacefully, and I have witnessed hundreds of thousands of our community members calling for the defunding of the police. The question just seems to be, are you deaf? Do you not hear our cries in the streets? Why does it seem like this council has every intention of granting the police more funds, the very opposite of what our community wants? Your silence when we cry out is loud, and your ignorance to our demands are louder. To perform mass arrests against protesters on the birthday of Andy Lopez, a child that was executed by Santa Rosa police, is a message, and we heard that message loud and clear. The police force and this local government do not serve the people. They oppress us, they silence us, and they ignore us. Someone touched on this earlier. The community should not have to beg. So why are we begging you right now? You not serve us, but you can fix that. Cut Santa Rosa Police Department's funding, or at the very minimum, do not raise police budget by the proposed $2 million. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Lily. The next public comment will be from Galaxy S10, followed by Neural. Galaxy S10, I've enabled your speaking.
Hi, is this me, Galaxy S10e?
Yes, this is you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do. My name's Lana Montgomery, and I just want to say, why are we funding the police instead of the fire department? And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. The next public comment will be from Narelle, followed by David. Narelle, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hello?
Hi, thank you. Can you see the timer on your screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Norel, Santa Rosa, California. Having two former police officers in our city council puts our demands in a very unique position. Recent events have exposed the corruption in police departments that must be corrected at a local and federal level. Surely some of this corruption comes from institutionalized practices such as qualified immunity, which affirms that police officers are literally above the law. Some are cultural, as I'm sure Mayor Schmundelman and City Council member Olivares are aware of the blue wall of silence. Santa Rosa has a permanent and unerasable history with police brutality. Without defunding the police, we are waiting for another case of Andy Lopez. Defunding the police is a crucial step in limiting the police department's scope of practice. As I'm sure the mayor and the city council member Olivares can attest to, cops are perpetually under an intense amount of stress, and this may be due to the wide range of crises that they are required to respond to. Having people in the state with lethal weapons at their disposition is dangerous. And that's an understatement. We can't expect police officers to handle every single crisis in our city. No one occupation should have to bear that burden. We have to split the difference between other occupations and relocate SRPD's funding to social workers that can respond to our community's crises professionally. This, in conjunction with an increase in funding to police and to departments that address ongoing community issues such as the housing crisis, healthcare insecurity, and education, will achieve two things. One, it will make our community safer by de-incentivizing crime. And two, it will reduce the load of responsibility and allow police officers to be less stressed in their jobs. Without dismantling the police department as we know it, you're carrying blood on your hands, City Council. You're waiting for another Andy Lopez situation, and you will face backlash for your inaction. There is a global social movement of police brutality, and we are participants in this. Not only Andy Lopez, but also Jeremiah Chass, Branch Roth, David Ward, and so many more just within the last 20 years. Police departments all over the nation are acknowledging this, and that there's something wrong in their police departments, that corruption exists, and they are dismantling the police departments as a response. They're rebuilding law enforcement from the ground up. In Santa Rosa, California, silent, motioning to approve this budget. We're not going to stand for this, and we're not going to agree with the approval of this budget. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from David, followed by Courtney. David, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your mic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do. Thank you very much.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for the public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Sure. My name is David Carlson. I live in Rincon Valley. I'm probably the oldest person to speak so far tonight. You know, I really wonder that we should really hold off on this budget. Right now, I think we need to postpone this budget until there has been a thorough community dialogue about what has happened during the last few weeks here in Santa Rosa. I think that we have a tremendous need for data. I think we need to know the number of crimes and successes of our police department. We need to know the number of police complaints that that people in Santa Rosa have made about the police. We need to know the number of complaints by officer, and we need to know the number or the amount of the cost to us as those people who pay the bills of the police department. So I think that all has to go into the evaluation of the police budget. I wonder, you know, the police department is being sued, or we are being sued as a community by Marcus Martinez and Michaela Staggs, who endured grave harm during these last very peaceful, you know, marches in our community. I wonder about what does it mean when people say we are transparent. I do not feel that the Santa Rosa Police Department is in any way transparent. When they talk about community policing, I don't think that this is a policing of our community that raises the level of peace in our community. De-escalation? I don't think so. Police auditor was kind of waved around during the original part of this meeting. But what does that mean? At this point, it's really meaningless. And until there is a police audit and a police auditor and a process in place, I do not think that we should be talking about raising the amount of money that we're going to give to our police department. I want to support them, but I don't think this is a very good move on our part. I think we need to take a breath here. I think we need to have the data on what has actually happened. And I think we should really investigate that long before we approve a budget that increases the amount of money that our department is going to get. After all, we pay about $114,000 per person who works in the police department in all areas. We need to make sure that we get something good for the amount of money that we are spending. Thank you.
Thank you, David. The next public comment will be from Courtney, followed by Lori. Courtney, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic?
Yep, I'm unmuted.
Thank you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do, thank you.
Okay. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Good evening, everyone. I know it's late. My name is Courtney, and I am a public health worker. I'm a clinical quality consultant here in Santa Rosa. Most of my 15 years of my career has been around studying the social determinants of health. And as many before have spoken, that what makes a community safe is not necessarily or even at all true, is not the police department. It's investing in community structures. It's investing in mental health, substance abuse response in schools, and housing, and making people feel truly safe. I grew up in a community that was by and large very white, upper middle class, and I didn't have any police in my life. We were pulled over for going 55 and a 30, and we were let off. So the police were there, but they, because of it being a by and large white community, were not actively involved. And we all did okay. They came to parties, they broke them up, and we all went home without getting arrested, beaten, or shot, unlike some of our folks who are in communities of color where that doesn't happen. So I was given this privilege because of the color of my skin. And because my community was well funded, I had all of these great support systems, and that's what made the community safe. The cops were there and they didn't touch us. And I think that defunding the police is really the only way that we can go from here. At the very least, like everyone has said, at least not increasing the budget by the $2.6 million that was proposed. I would very much so agree that that's extremely tone deaf based on what is going on in the country, in the world, and in Santa Rosa. That money could be well spent for housing, for the fire department, for mental health, for substance abuse. Every time we pass under 101, there's clearly a housing crisis going on. And like many folks have said, the police just aren't trained to handle that. And we could have such a better response system to the needs of the community. So I'm asking that you hold off on the budget at the very least, like the gentleman before me said. Produce some data, be more transparent about what the data is, what's going on in the police department, have an independent auditor that's not IOLERO, because I'm pretty sure that Navarro's partner is the head reviewer of IOLERO. So really a true independent audit and investigation in the police department to make an informed decision about what steps need to be made before approving this budget. I don't think we have enough data. I don't think we have a good enough understanding. And based on everything that's going on, it's just extremely tone deaf to approve this increase in budget rather than defund the police like the broad demands have been happening in major cities as well as in our own city. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Courtney. The next public comment will be from Lori, followed by Miranda. Lori, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. And you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi there, Lori Anderson, resident here of Santa Rosa. I appreciate the clarification of the funding sources for the programs for housing and homelessness challenges. So thank you, council members, for clarifying that for us. And I want to thank especially Vice Mayor Fleming for asking some really important questions tonight. It's been a long meeting, and I really just appreciate you really looking into things. As you can hear in the public comment, many of us are really looking to each of you to seriously consider the decrease and or reallocation of police department funds into resources and positions that actually support and address the challenges of mental health, homelessness, education, and more. I want to thank Mayor Schweidhelm for requesting that Police Chief Navarro make known the raw data and analysis of calls to which our police force has responded. I do think that making thoughtful decisions about how to reallocate funds is important from here moving forward. And I would request that this data be made transparent and in as much detail as possible to, at the very least, some sort of citizens review board so we can have a look at what exactly our police department is doing for us and reimagine what we might do with the police budget by funding other programs. On top of basic human decency and interest in true social and racial justice in our community, my sense of urgency around this issue comes from 10 years in public education as a teacher, specialist, and most recently as a public school administrator. I've interacted with many wonderful individual police officers, and I also can't tell you how many times I've wished that a mental health specialist, a social worker, a housing advocate, or someone else could have shown up instead of a policeman in uniform. The history of policing is just absolutely riddled with racism, and many of the students and families I have served have a deep trauma and fear, especially in regards to documentation and immigration status. So the need for mental health support, social support, housing advocacy, sexual assault victims assistance, it's just overwhelming in the schools. I have had the experience of having SROs available to me as a public school administrator. I've also been in a school without them, and we'll see what happens with Santa Rosa City Schools, but if they do discontinue the SRO program, I would love for the City Council to investigate how the funds for those SROs could be reallocated to hire highly trained social workers, mental health professionals, or addiction counselors to help assist our citizenry more effectively. I have recently dedicated some time to learning more about IOLERO. Apparently, it was recommended that this body have 4 to 5 staff to help oversee what was happening with the Sheriff's Department in response to the killing of Andy Lopez. And my understanding is that it ended up just having 2 staff. So I'm really concerned that the auditor position for our police department will come up short if it's short-staffed and short-resourced. So I really appreciate some of the sentiments expressed in the mayor's letter early in the meeting, but I really urge you to defer the decision on this budget, not approve the increase in police funding, and make clear to us, please, your constituents here in Santa Rosa, we really value this historical moment. I grew up here in Santa Rosa. I returned from years away to raise my family here, and I really want to be proud of community's real actions towards social change, especially at this moment. Thank you so much.
Shut the fuck up! Thank you. The next public comment will be from Miranda, followed by Alejandro. Miranda, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Do you see the timer on your screen?
I do indeed. Okay. Hi, my name is Miranda. I'm a resident in Forestville and a student at the SRJC. I too would like to echo what many others said. Defund the police. I think that a lot of people have said it because a lot of people are feeling it. The actions of the SRPD do not justify an increase to their budget. We know Andy Lopez's name, but how many names do we not know? Policing in America is rotten, and there's so much policing that goes unseen. I remember witnessing an incident in Courthouse Square where I watched a deaf man getting searched by 2 officers very aggressively. 2 other unhoused individuals were trying to intervene. They were screaming, he's deaf, please leave him alone, he's deaf, he can't understand you. They put him on the ground. They emptied his backpack all over the lawn. They didn't find anything. It was the wrong guy. I don't know what they were doing. They were harassing a homeless person. You can see this almost every day in Santa Rosa. It's one of the main things that they do, honestly, truly. And they found nothing. So they were a little bit embarrassed. They had an audience. They left his belongings all over the lawn, and people went to pick it up. I handed him a water bottle. People were like, what the hell was that? Seriously. It's completely unacceptable. And I watched helplessly, utterly shocked. And I didn't think to take down a badge number, but there are many incidences that happen all the
Miranda, are you still on the line? Miranda, are you still on the call?
Okay.
Hi, Miranda, are you still there?
Obviously, the use of tear gas was completely unacceptable. I think that somebody else already brought up that the Geneva Convention banned tear gas in war in 1925. I don't know why we're using that on our own citizens. Why are we doing that? Seriously. I'd also like to draw your attention to a 2014 article from The Nation where, let's see, tear gas is linked to miscarriage. You can Google that. That's a real thing. So in 2011, Chile suspended its use of tear gas after a University of Chile study linked tear gas to miscarriages. And in 2012, Physicians for Human Rights in Bahrain found that local doctors were finding increase of increased rates of miscarriage in areas of Bahrain that had been tear gassed. I think that this is something that should be considered. You can Google this right now. This is not bunk. This was on The Nation. This is real. It's very serious. Also, the use of rubber bullets. I feel like so many people addressed that. Completely unacceptable. That's about all that I have to say for now, but defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Alejandro. Alejandro, I've unmuted your microphone or enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Yes, hello.
Hi, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yes, hello. My name is Alejandro, and I am 14 years old, and I am here to speak out against this budget bill because, honestly, the money should be slashed from their budget because if they claim to be incapable of testing their kits while still having a very high budget, then what are they doing with that money? Now, they're probably using it to buy riot gear, tear gas, and rubber bullets, which are not needed at these peaceful protests. I can tell you that from experience because I went to one not so recently, but it was one of the first ones in Santa Rosa. And we were peacefully protesting, and they decided to throw tear gas at us. And it was very unfortunate. So yeah. Luckily, I am white passing. So I have not experienced as harsh of prejudice as others may have. And that is very lucky for me. And I would like to thank all of these amazing, intelligent, and wonderful people out here confident enough to speak out against this and speak their minds, because this is a hard thing to do. And it may not be the most comfortable situation for many of us, but I just really find you all so amazing and inspirational because you are the creators of the new world, basically. You speak for people like me, the young people who don't have a strong enough voice yet. And I really appreciate that. And I hope one day we can all come together and live in a beautiful bliss of harmony. Because if all of us united against this, we could defeat the basically prejudice that they have against us. And I would like to leave this message off with acknowledging that the police system that we have now is essentially based off of a past slave patrol that was designed to kill and hunt down slaves that escaped from plantations. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you, Alejandro. Mayor, at this time, I don't see any additional hands raised, although if you are wanting to speak on item 15.2 prior to adjournment of tonight's public hearing, we have time for at least one more public comment this evening. Thank you. The next public comment will be from Alicia. Alicia, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record, if you so choose.
My name is Alicia Risch. I am a special ed teacher in this county. There's not a whole lot more to say. I just wanted to echo that of everyone who has spoken, and I really appreciate you speaking out. And I encourage our city council to really listen to what the public is saying and to make changes. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alicia. The next public comment will be from Devin, followed by DC Joy if there is time. Devin, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Good evening, and thank you for taking my my request to speak. I'd like to echo the sentiments of a lot of the speakers earlier tonight. I am opposed to the budget. In fact, I am opposed to any increase in the budget, and believe that those funds would be better allocated and divested to the community, efforts of self-governance, for certain communities, solving our very blatant and apparent crisis, which is the homelessness crisis and housing crisis. I would just love to see that money go to resource centers for the community, mental health services, minorities, social programs for minority communities. We are at a turning point in our nation, and I think that reflecting that Santa Rosa can get on board and be ahead of the curve and continue to be the progressive community that we claim to be, and put our money where our mouth is and take this money and do something good with it. But putting it into the police is not the moment and time for that. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Devin. The final public comment that for this evening is DC Joy. DC Joy, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Please identify yourself. Oh, I'm sorry.
I am anonymously speaking for the people. I would like to say, thank you. I am anonymously, I'm speaking for the people. Defund the police, replace police chief with woman of color, refuse 15.2, defund the police. The false Nixle SRPD published is endangering the protesters. Shout out to the protesters. Overthrow Measure O. Arrest the white Portia Karen who recalled beliefs of what was actually not innocent. Any innocent citizens of color or spectrum, oppression to the realized and not denied, compensation, additional revenues or reparations to commence immediately, repeatedly reproduced by nooses not sustainable to hot fire events. I speak for the people, anonymously. Black Lives Matter. Incorporate public safety by defunding the police. The historical sweat has paid your dues. What will you do? What will the initial outcome of the future become if we don't change a system that is broken? Black Lives Matter. I yield my time. Thank
you. Thank you. Mayor, we are approaching the 10 o'clock hour. I'm going to turn this back over to you for now.
Yeah, so thank you, Dina. Let's take one more while you're still there. Just Judy, and Judy will be the last one. I see her hand is raised.
Okay, will do. Judy, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone. Can you confirm that you see the timer?
I can. I didn't realize I'd have the time left. I'm Judy Patrick. I've lived in Santa Rosa 48 years and seen a lot of things happen. Nothing like the current movement that we have right now in our city and in cities across the nation. I'm looking at this pie chart of this budget, and all I see is this giant wedge of blue. And I see this little tiny line for housing and community services and 25% for fire. We've had 2 major fires. We're going to need money for fires. And there's just so much else that we could do to help our community. And increasing the budget of the police to $62.2 million is not one of them. Please give us time to give you community input on this budget before you vote on it. It would really be appreciated. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your time this evening.
Thank you, Judy.
Mayor, do you want to proceed? We have 2 additional hands raised, or how do you want to proceed?
No, we said we were going to stop at 10 o'clock p.m. It's now 10 o'clock p.m. So we are going to recess the June 23rd Santa Rosa City Council meeting. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning, Wednesday, June 24th at 10 a.m. Thank you all for your participation.